You've been moving different, Astral.
What?
You've been outed as a Fed.
Oh, God.
Fed.
Because I posted about Kirkpatrick like 3 times.
You're on Arrow's payroll.
You ain't doing shit unless you get accused of being a Fed.
That is true.
Is it true you get paid in Arrow bucks? Is that true?
I would love to get paid by any fucking UFO organization for anything that I'm doing.
Yo, what up?
What up, bro?
Shit. This crazy community, that's what's up.
Man, there's some wild turkeys out here.
All of a sudden, this shit start blowing up.
It's a conversation that needed to be had, though, Astral.
So I think I'm going to this hearing next week. Or is it next week? The week
It's like a week and a half now. I think it's 2 weeks from Wednesday. So not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. You should go.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? I don't know if it's one of those things I got to get up super early for or not. I don't know how well attended it's going to be. Curious.
What hearing is it? What are you talking about?
The MK Ultra.
Oh, okay.
And I hope they had some scientists or somebody that was connected to the program. Like, what are they going to talk about? You know? I don't know.
They need to have Hal Pudov. You know this, right?
Was he directly MK Ultra?
I forget his name. Scott. I think it's Scott Gottlieb. No. Maybe it's something different, Gottlieb. But he ran MK Ultra, and there's multiple little data points that show that he was like a top advisor to Hal Pudov, and Hal Pudov's UFO connection too. Like, it's all this weird shit.
So you're saying Gottlieb, who was in the MK Ultra program, was a subordinate to Pudov?
No, reverse. He was like a mentor to Pudov.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I just hadn't heard that because I asked, I'm like, isn't Kit Green or Pudov, are these guys connected to MK Ultra? And they're like, no. They were part of like SRI and Stargate. Which
Yep,
I think everybody...
search my feed for Gottlieb. Jacques Vallée wrote about it in his notebook. Russell Targ talked about it on a podcast. And I think Jesse Michaels talked about it on a podcast. Yeah.
Well, I just don't lump, at least me personally, I don't put remote viewing and MK Ultra in the same boat. I know some people do that. I kind of separate those.
Yeah, they're definitely different.
Definitely different, but I think in the same zone. Like, it's no surprise that Gottlieb had his finger in the remote viewing program, given all the like mind shit, you know?
And MK Ultra there's a bunch of different kind of interpretations and meanings and types of programs that could fall into that kind of category. From directed energy weapons to Persinger's God helmet to magnetic field influence to all sorts of different types of shit. But I'm sure the darkest shit we don't know.
I've been seeing way too much new agey shit now. Like, who was it? Alien Girl, and shared this clip from like Dom Lucre. I don't know how the fuck to say his name, but he shared something where this woman was like, I'm a remote viewer, and when I go into my remote viewing trance, I can go to the Akashic Records and I can remote view your aura, and I'm going up to the Galactic Federation and chilling with them. I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Like,
yeah, you just noticing that? That shit's been floating around for a minute now, I think, especially on TikTok. I definitely.
Oh, those things smash on Instagram and TikTok. And I'm like, I go to look at the person they were tagged, and I look at their like X following. They're like 2,000 followers. I'm like, you damn right they ain't coming here. That shit will get torn apart, but it'll smash on fucking TikTok.
Oh, have you seen this latest? I'm sure you've all seen it, but the like low-key deification of Wilcock. Like, I'm seeing so many like random edits and clips of like putting him on this like mega pedestal now that he tragically committed suicide, rest in peace, or died. But it's just interesting. Like, even Luna, right, was like all the millions of lives he helped. And it's like people are just like taking and making like edits of him, and like he was silenced because he said this.
Man, big eye roll for me. Like I don't I'm speaking.
You saw that whole saga, right?
But like,
I feel like I missed it. I'm happy.
I think I've stated publicly several times that I'm not a fan of Wilcock. I never was. But, you know, he did lose his life. People around love him, whatever. That's cool. But, like, I had to block somebody because they sent me some Wilcock clips. Like, I don't want to see that shit. I'm good.
Yeah,
Yo, check out this clip. Blocked.
There's a bunch of like these guys like Stan Romanek. There's certain names that just like repel you for different reasons. But I do want to push back a little bit, Astral, based on my experience. And you can look at a lot of the hard studies in science. There does seem to be incredibly high evidentiary value data about the ability to tap into some sort of everythingness and influence, effect, get non-local data. And whether you call it the Akashic record or, you know, to me, that reality of this kind of interconnectivity and the astonishing kind of parameters of it, to me, have been conclusively proven. And I could go through, you know, outside of my experience, a lot of studies and stuff. But so in a way, it's like so ironic because everyone's going to be like the expert on this stuff and everyone's going to have the super extraordinary experiences. But when you look historically, there's a small handful of like, you know, consistent, you know, practitioners of some of this stuff. But I think we all can have these connections. You had one when you were focusing on astral, and you had precognition, and you know, it's some really fundamental weird ass shit, and it's real. You know?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with the progression of the experiences that people have when they're exploring things like remote viewing and precognitive dreaming. It's the framing of themselves and people as this like super psychic that can just leave their body, go talk to the Galactic Council, and just come back. Like, to me, that's just way too loose of a statement and a claim to not have to be backed up by some evidence. And just even calling yourself a remote viewer. Okay, well, let's see some of the results of the remote viewing that you've done. You know, like, it's just such looseness now of people being like, oh, yeah, I'm a psychic. I can do this stuff. And, you know, I do mind sight and all this. And it's just frustrating to hear that coming from, you know, somebody who I'm a lot more focused on the scientific shit about that.
What about the people who fly craft all the time, consistently on demand, interact with beings, you know, constantly, you know?
Like Linda, Grandma Linda.
I have flown them.
Yo, have you guys been listening to the telepathy tapes current season? Anybody been keeping up with that?
No, not really.
It's actually pretty good. There's a couple of episodes that kind of stand out. All the near-death experience ones are really good. I think the last one was touching on NDEs. But it's not just focused on, this season is not just focused on the autistic kids and telepathy. It's a bunch of different shit.
Oh, is it still going? I saw the Rick Rubin one. That was cool. I like that episode a lot. But yeah, I like that show expanding into more of the different types of like ESP, extrasensory perceptions, and near-death experience. Because to me, that's where the research is really with a lot of this stuff.
You know that they're doing a movie, that documentary is in the works. I think she said she's going to start previewing it at film festivals in like summertime. So they did shoot a doc on it.
I'd go see it, like a theatrical release, maybe, or like.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll try. You know how it works. Like, you shop it around at film festivals and see if you can get a deal. If you get a deal streaming wise, it's through Netflix or Amazon or something, and then you might do a small limited theatrical release, kind of like what Age of Disclosure did. I think probably follow suit, same kind of thing.
I'm excited for Disclosure Day still.
Bro, I was just about to say, I'm just waiting for Disclosure Day.
Like, that's pretty much it. I'm like, that's the only real. I mean, that and these UFO files, man. The Trump UFO files, I'm kind of looking for.
Are you MAGA now?
You know what my wife thinks though? She's fucking so pissed at me when I'm like,
you bought a hat.
Trump. She's like, oh my fucking God, I'm gonna jump off the bridge. That's what she told me today. She's like, if Trump gets a third term, she's jumping off the bridge.
I'm more of like, man, I'm not really happy about the guy that's presenting the information, but fuck, just present the information. Because fuck at this point.
No experience. You made me think the other day in your space that I still got to clip up because I don't think anyone else clipped it. But on Weaponized, Corbell said that he basically made the 40 list, and if you listen to some of the stuff Pauline was talking about, she's talking about like the triangle video and stuff. I feel like it's just gonna be a lot of the public domain stuff already, but just kind of released through more of official lens. Kind of like what happened in 2017, where they released TTSA released those videos, and like 3 or 4 years later, the Navy released them officially. I feel like it's probably gonna be like that.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. If we get 1 or 2 new ones, 3 new ones out of 40, I don't know how many of the 40 we'll get, but yeah, show us some new shit. I don't care if you re-release shit that's already been kind of out there. That's fine, but like give us some new shit.
Show that one over the Ohio airport. I want to see that shit.
I still think Trump doesn't give a shit about the UFO stuff. Like he's like,
He does.
He doesn't. He doesn't give 2 fucks about it. He doesn't, because he's not going to be able to reap the benefits of anything that'll happen past the next 20 years. If he has that much time left.
I think he knows that they'll kill him over it.
That's what Astral's boy Ross said, right?
so you think he's avoiding it, like intentionally?
Yep. Pretending like he's not interested so he doesn't draw attention.
I leave that on the table, to be honest. Small percentage, but
Yeah, it's on the table. All this shit is on the table to me. Even the wildest, most outlandish shit is on the table for me. Because you never fucking know.
I'm not doing 20 and back, dog. No way.
No, me neither. Sorry. I put my foot on 20 and back.
What about 10 and back?
Even worse. Why would you just do 10?
Yeah, seriously. Someone was saying 40 and back the other day.
But you know he's all in on that flat earth.
Yeah, it's like the little fucking, sampler, Baskin Robbins.
The little try-me spoons and shit.
Yeah, just a little something.
No, I can't do 20 and back. Sorry.
Andrew, somebody was talking about Andrew Basigo the other day. Oh, I think Star Captain. Good old Star Captain.
Is that Montauk?
Yeah, part of it is the Montauk experiments and like Obama and the jump rooms and 20 and back, and they got age regressed.
You're a big jump room guy.
I think.
Yeah, you the jump room guy.
I think
you like
there's
the
jump room technology, very possibly.
Like jump room, like in They Live
Like
jump room.
trampoline park or
No, like a teleportation room.
Yeah, like in They Live. You see where the aliens, they stand on a little thing and then, you don't remember that movie? Anybody remembers They Live?
A phenomenal movie.
in that scene, they say they're taking over in 2027.
Damn. I'm about to
what they
clip
said?
that.
Pretty sure, yeah. Oh, you're about to clip it, or I'm about to be you too, bro.
Chill out,
if you
Interstellar.
guys fight about whose content it is, I think it'll do better too. So just engage in mutual combat after it.
That's what's next. That's the next beef. The UFO content wars.
Make sure you leak it out slowly through innuendo.
The
And
watermark
then, have
wars.
to blow up posts later.
Hey, was there a new 4chan poster or something like this? I thought I saw Paranormal posting about it.
8chan.
Oh, was it 8chan? I don't know what the chan it was.
Nah, 16 chan, son.
You motherfucker, don't you ever tell me what to do.
You got it.
Bro turned into a reptilian.
And I went into the stance, and all of a sudden, like waving a magic wand, that was gone. Jay King was there, and I went, okay, that had me getting ready inside to do those things I had been trained to do that would have taken him out of the equation. Literally.
Bob. Man, y'all leave Bob alone, man. I fucks with Bob. I seen him a couple weeks ago.
I didn't say anything. I just
He
played the
tried to
clip.
take you out of the equation.
Bob looked good. He looked like he lost weight and shit last time I seen him.
Hell
Slimmed
yeah.
down.
Yo, somebody put Bob on the cover of Beverly Hills Ninja.
Someone needs to make that
That's
an AI.
funny.
I said this is a joke, but I'll share it here as more funny. I wouldn't be surprised if anybody in this community is boofing Ozempic.
Don't go for Burleson. I saw people telling Burleson that. I was like, y'all need to put some respect on
Yo,
Burleson. bro.
Burleson looks good, dog.
Great, bro.
Got a little tan, yeah. I mean, we see him like 6 times a day. Him and Burchett are on like fucking 20 interviews a week so we don't even see UFO insiders anymore.
Yeah, but we're
are
gonna
such a
complain.
reason, bro.
We're gonna complain one way or the other. We're gonna complain we see him too much, and we're gonna complain we don't see him at all.
Who would you rather
See the
get your Trust Me
predators?
Bros from? Would you rather get your Trust Me Bros from UFO insiders or politicians?
From Kirkpatrick, right, bro?
Congressional reps saying they're getting it from a briefing.
All that shit. Give me
From
all that.
Sawan, from congressional reps.
All of y'all leak what you know. I don't care who it is.
I say that's right. Keep them talking, man. I don't know. I don't care where the information comes from at this point. I need a lot of data. I'm open. I'm pansexual when it comes to UFO information.
Jesus.
I think my wife called me a whore today about UFOs. She's like, "You're just a whore," because I like Trump. And I was like, "Well, you know what? Maybe I am a whore. Maybe that's what I am."
You're a whore for disclosure.
Damn.
Is there anything worth hoeing for? That's it.
Disclosure hoes.
It's kind of bigoted of her. Isn't sex work real work?
That's what
Too
I
soon. Too soon, guys.
So, Astral, give us the tea, bro. Let's just cut to the chase. We know you know. You already made allegations about Jay King at Contact, bro. What is your insider knowledge, bro?
I don't know, man, but there had to have been signs. People had to have seen at least or known a little bit like suspect. Like I met the guy once. He came into my space twice. Both times he was fucking hammered. Like hammered, dude. And was just mumbling shit for hours. And this was like in the last 2 years or so. He just randomly came in. And then I see him at Contact in the Desert again, hammered. Like fucking drunk as hell, attacks James Fox and calls him a Fed in front of a lot of people at the main bar. And I was like, yo. So the people, like the signs were there.
He got drunk and called James Fox a Fed.
Yeah, bro. In front of everybody. This is like midnight, like at the main bar. Like everybody's fucking chilling. He comes up like it's a whole thing.
It's a bunch of wild turkeys out here, man.
So I don't know. I mean, the signs are there. It just sucks. It's extremely fucking concerning. And I think that this is what I was saying before the space. Just imagine if this had happened to somebody on the skeptical side, what would be happening right now? Imagine if I'm not insinuating anything at all. Imagine if like a Mick West or a Green Street was involved in something like this. How much fucking different would this be?
Mick West, I'd be shocked. Green Street, I'd be like, fucking, you can kind of.
No, I'm not saying them to make the point of that. I'm saying what would be happening with the community of pro disclosure guys who would be fucking trolling and piling this shit on right now. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now everybody's like avoiding talking about this because this guy was central to a lot of experiencers in all of this shit. Kelly Chase they fucking started one of the biggest UFO series in the last decade. and he's been involved in a lot of conferences with a lot of people. And so for everybody to just kind of like not address this and ignore it is kind of some bullshit.
I guess I don't mind it. I didn't find them as credible. I saw her like spoon bending picture. I thought it was stupid, so I just didn't know who they were. I saw it. I'm like, oh, this seems like a fat theater kid LARP shit. And now we're spoon bending. Okay, I don't care. And now that this has come out, I'm just still indifferent. But it is sad that that's happened to people. If there's victims and people who have suffered. But I also think the whole rollout is kind of annoying too. Like everybody's like whispering about it for like a whole week before, and then we get this big post, and there's also little side fights into it. I'm almost like, is this a story? Like this is supposed to distract from shit, or is this like all
a little coordinated? Yeah, it does seem like that. Yeah,
it's coordinated as fuck, bro.
Squabbles.
Yeah, I'll say this, man. I'll speak on this, and I really don't really care to speak on this because I don't know J. Christopher King. I think I met him before, and if he was at one of the hearings and shit, but we didn't chat. I don't know Kelly Chase. Don't follow her. Not interested in any of her content. But I know his name is big in the experiencer community and spiritual group. And I really don't care about people's personal issues that they have with each other in private conversations and consensual settings. Not my place. The problem I have is when I hear the word assault. That's a problem for me. I grew up around all women. My family is heavily dominated by the matriarch side. My mother raised me. I'm hearing sexual assault. I got a problem. So I don't know the details on that. So I reserve judgment. But if that's something that happened, then yeah, he needs to reap what he sows, and whatever happened that way. So, and I'll be 100% clear. I will be biased and most likely believe the woman before anything else because of how I was raised and how I grew up. But I'm also understanding that there's a lot of things that change and happen with, dynamics between people. So I don't have all that information, so I'm not going to rush to judgment. I just never liked the dude. I always thought he was kind of like pompous, in my personal opinion. But I don't know him personally, but that's just the vibe I got. So, I stay out of it, but I don't like that word being used here. And if that's what happened to him, then fuck him. Because keep your hands to yourself. Don't assault nobody. Don't touch nobody like that. Like, not cool.
Yeah, and I think on a level, we have a responsibility to police our community. There's a lot of people that are just off the fucking charts that make the whole field look bad, all the associated important shit. I mean, I'll say, just a few of the most obvious names, the Emery Smiths, the Corey Goods, the Stan Romaneks. There's a bunch of other names, and they damage the credibility of this issue for outsiders, and we could be better at policing ourselves. That's why, although it's uncomfortable to listen to when people have talked about in spaces in the past, groups and people and others that have been weaponized against them and being attacked, it's another reminder that we got to police ourselves, if we really care about these issues, and especially on fucking major crimes like that. To me, that's horrific. I'm the same way. Experience. I grew up, with a super woman of a mother. And so you got to take those accusations seriously, especially when they come from multiple people. No woman wants to talk about that. No victim of abuse wants to talk about it to a certain level. Some people are just, fragile. But so I'm glad we're talking about it, although it's fucking uncomfortable as hell.
Yeah, it's like cult-like type of stuff too, and the whole predatory stuff with the experiencer group and using people's vulnerability that they were telling their experiences to them do that. Man, it's just so uncomfortable, and I think it just shows that groups like that can be very weaponized and have been. Unfortunately, like that's been a pattern that happens in the UFO community of people being brought into these smaller groups and then like being weaponized or used or manipulated in different sort of ways. And, really, if you look at it, the best way for experiencers to come forward are spaces like this where we can all be transparent and talk about it together and not have these like leaders or these like quote unquote thought leaders in the field that people just sort of idolize for no real reason at all. There's no reason to do that.
I would like to trademark orbs. I found them first, and I would like a call.
Oh, you're going to fight with the Bledsoes now. But we got to get Bledsoe up here. He wants to fight on that.
Oh, that's like a Hatfield versus McCoy thing.
Well, wasn't Dorothy Azad really the first one to document the orbs and filming them? So when Bledsoe even said, I think it was Ryan Bledsoe who said, like, if you got to say the orbs, you got to talk to us first. Like, you can't believe people are saying orbs without saying our name. It's like, yo.
I would go to Fatima, to the Hestelin Lights, to Foo Fighters, it goes back in history, you know.
That is pure cringe.
Trademarking stuff in disclosure. Didn't Corey Good do some trademarking like that?
Am I gonna have to copyright strike you? Did you say orb? The fuck you doing, bud?
When I got in the UFO community like 4 years ago, one of the big things was this like saucer trademark or something with UAP. I don't even really remember what it was, but that was this big trademark thing of like nobody could use UAP on their clothing because these guys trademarked it. Yeah, Saucer Co. Now they're like going and handing out cards. Have you seen that on their Instagram? They're like making alien UFO like collectors cards and then going to the celebrity like a Logan Paul or sports people, and they're giving them the custom card of like their UFO character. It's actually not bad. It's pretty cool.
You know what I thought that was really funny that they did? Was they changed all the Wikipedia people, like their photos, to photos of like them in shirts or like them with the shirt in the background. That was pretty funny.
Okay, let me speak now.
Go for it, Daz, bro. All you, bro.
Gonna keep talking over me. I ain't got that much time. It's only 2 a.m. Yeah. What's that, Astral? I was thinking, really? You think spaces are a safe place for experiencers? I mean, I will say, all right, Astral Spaces, yeah. You know, Astral don't take shit. Astral does not allow the trolls. That's why I appreciate, you know, working with Astral. But the amount of other UFO community spaces that I don't even see experiencers feel comfortable to come up on. And there's been a number of times I have seen certain experiencers come up on, or I've gone into the aftermath of being like, oh my God, I tried to talk about my experience and it was just met with all of this skepticism, right? Yeah, no, I rebuke that. I do not think spaces are a safe space for experiencers unless it's in a really controlled space with very select few people. You lot might not like hearing that, but that is my observation, and that's what I know to be true.
That's why they
fair.
should just record it, like one person speaking back and forth, and then put it out on YouTube or something. Because if the input at the time of the story being relayed is the issue, you know, I get it totally. It's hard to talk when you're being interrupted, for sure, or people asking questions where you're just trying to maintain the coherent like narrative of what you remember it to be and how you felt in different ways. If you're constantly getting derailed, it's hard, especially if someone's laughing at you. But yeah,
it's
people
not
are
even
going to
constantly getting derailed. Well, boss, it's not even constantly getting derailed. It's the energy and the approach of the majority of people in this community, and I'm speaking as an experiencer, it's like, oh, well, how do you know that was a UFO? How do you know it was an orb? Well, it could have been this, it could have been that. And for people that are actually trying to make sense of, I've said this before in one of Red Space, trying to make sense of something that is really abstract, and this is supposed to be the UFO community, but they just don't. I'm going to include myself in this, yeah, because I'm no better than anyone else, don't handle experiences with care. So that whole situation that's gone on with this Jay Christopher and all of that, I do feel for those girls, and it is really bad that there were experiencers and he was like a predator and exploited. But I'm just saying that, you know, I hope that we can start to. Christian was the only person, and that's how
I was just thinking about that, dude.
Right,
Christian and Paul when they were having theirs.
Christian and Paul, those are only spaces when it comes to experiencers for like safe spaces that were the ones that, you know, can actually hold experiences. The others can't. It's just all about information. Clowns. It's just a lot of clowns. I'm sorry, I have to say.
It's funny though, but this topic in general outside of spaces, it's just tough to talk about in your personal social contexts, in Congress, in other places. It's a tough, because there's those extremes of like reactions. And I know a lot of people who have had really extreme experiences that are very hesitant to bring them up, even amidst, the initiated. And, I feel that way to a degree, and I'm sure others do. So I agree, but there's also some spaces that are more targeted towards different conversations. It's a really dynamic subject. And if you have like a host who's drunk or something like that, you can't get too personal. You kind of, like a comedian, got to read the room, So it's tough. It's like speaking French when others hate French.
I agree with both of you guys, actually. Yeah, I think, Daz, you're right. Yeah, I mean, with the UFO community, there's a lot changed. There's a reason why I haven't done a UFO Twitter week. And the main reason is I don't feel confident enough in the hosts that would be hosting the entire week for Spaces. And it's just, there hasn't been as good of hosts as there were a few years ago, where the whole room was focused around UFO discussions. And I think it's evolved more to be just, general discussions that may involve UFO topics and alien topics, and people can jump up and kind of join the conversation. But before, like, when's the last time that someone had an interview on a space with somebody that was big in ufology and everybody was there? Like, that used to happen all the time. Now it just doesn't really happen anymore. There's not really that type of vibe.
And missile, something like that.
Yeah, and so when I got on, that was kind of the goal, was to have a good space with a good guest and get the community in to ask. Like, that's how the Jason Sands space kind of evolved and happened naturally. But I think now it's more of just general talks and, the hosts, and like Alien said, you kind of have to read the room. Like, if you are an experiencer and you feel motivated to jump up and talk about your experience because you feel comfortable enough with the discussion that's going on, like, I would recommend doing that. But don't jump up in just like a general UFO space and just kind of give your story out there. I think there has to be a time and a place, and if you feel comfortable enough to could jump up and say, I'm just saying, as opposed to maybe these private groups in which people are drawn offline into more of like a private conversation, there can be more manipulation that can happen behind the scenes, and if everything was out front, public, and transparent.
But we've had some pretty fucking cool spaces with, everyone from Doty to, politicians. It's a mix. We have done some important shit for sure.
We need to get back to that.
I thought the interesting thing today was hearing the clips, is hearing that they had this own like paid experiencer group where they had all the celebrities, attending like for 100 people. That's a pretty darn good ratio. You know what I mean? In terms of, some people might go to a VIP dinner and expect to get airtime to talk to X, Y, or Z person. But, 100 with a couple experiencers, or, celebrities in the fucking UFO space, that's kind of interesting. But what sketched me out is it's like, wait, what is the fucking, like, what is so systematic about this meeting? Is it just like a feel-good meeting, share stories? Or is this one of those things like you host a meeting to get true believers or, super suggestible people in a room, and maybe that's the best crowd to work if there's some sort of alt motive to this whole disclosure project, or strangeness going on with personnel outside of the J. Christopher King allegations. Now, is there some sort of narrative control going on with a group of highly susceptible suggestible people?
Yeah, I've never been to any of those conferences like that. The only thing I've been to is like these congressional hearings and that science foundation thing. That's the only things I've been to. So I don't know what those are like, right? To sit there on a panel, and I haven't been to any of those. But I would assume that it would be focused around certain areas, and if people that were experiencers felt like it was worth it to be amongst their own, so to speak, right? Somebody they feel comfortable talking to, then it was probably, beneficial to them on some level. I don't know. The people that I know that I have close ties to that are experiencers are not on any social media platform due to job and just not being into like anything social media. They're very private about it. They've confided in me years ago about this shit. We talk about it every now and then. But, some people just don't want to talk about the shit. You sound crazy. People feel like they're exposed. And, I sympathize with that because nobody wants to come off that way. you know, and these people are genuinely telling their experience that happened to them. And you could chalk it down to, all right, it's all in your head, or these people are slightly crazy, whatever. It's not my place to judge, you know? So I'll listen to what they got to say. And, you know, if they find comfort in talking this with other people that have similar experiences, then, you know, good for them.
Yeah, the reason why I threw the Herman Oberth post up in the nest is now I'm really interested to hear or ask specifically in people's experience or stories for the speed and color correlations that were given at the bottom of that first image, the first page of the lecture notes. You know, it mentions red when they're not really moving, green when they're going a little faster, when they're going really fast, pure white. Those are some of the colors and phenotypes that were being described by Herman Oberth, and I'm now just interested in correlating those with general experiencer stories. But like some of my favorite fucking stories in here are experiencers. It's not, you know, the typical one because it seems a lot more, prosaic or directly related to military shit. But I fucking love Greider's TR-3B story, or, you know, as he would say, triangle, light, rotating, you know, that kind of thing during basic training. I think that is fascinating. But stuff like that in Silver Orbs, I'm always down for those stories. But
it's not even really about sharing too. It's, you know, I think a lot of the stuff, just like you're saying, Warg Boss, is like if you come into enough of these spaces where there's, you know, really focused conversation on the topics and experiences and, you know, the psychic stuff and all of that, you'll find that what people are saying when they have their experiences is it'll resonate with you. So people will come in kind of looking for, like, that's why I got so interested in the psychic stuff, is because I had the precognitive dream and I'm like, yo, nobody's talking about this. Like, this should be on the conversation of everybody. You know, if you're able to leave your body or have a dream or, you know, get information through your consciousness, and so when I found a group of people that were studying this and were talking about this, I really resonated with that. And so I would listen to the conversations and just kind of like try to gain information based off of my experience to try and learn about it. Not necessarily like come in and share my story, but try and kind of learn initially. And I think that's what the power of the spaces is that you know, you could see that like people are having these similar experiences, and people that are listening are probably having some of these similar experiences to try and understand what's even happening.
I think the spaces definitely help experiencers who haven't necessarily shared their story hear the topics, see the people that are, you know, discussing certain things, like you say, the psychic functioning, the phenomena and that, and maybe give them a little bit more reassurance, take away a bit more of the isolation. There is a power, though, like in being able to help these people come up to the stage, share their story and connect. And what I'm saying is that a lot of these spaces, unfortunately, maybe because you guys have known each other for a while, or, you know, you're all into the commentary and all of that, and that's really what you focus on speaking about, it doesn't create a conducive environment to allow someone new who's even more vulnerable with such a story to want to come up and introduce themselves, let alone speak their story. And that's all that I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, just given the option to be able to listen to somebody speak on their account, right? Even anonymously, whatever, you know, just to be able to see if they find somebody they can relate to. And maybe they hear something and they're like, oh, I'm not alone, right?
100%. But I guess part of the reason why I started No Rando Spaces is I was sick of fucking randos just popping up and starting to tell their UFO story. It's like, hey man, you didn't even ask us if we were like ready for story time or anything. We don't even know you, dude. And that was just happening so often that, you know, that's kind of the part of the impetus for No Randos.
You guys know Art Bell, right? So Art Bell was famous for just letting people talk. And
hell yeah, that's the OG.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the approach I take to it for a little bit. And I lose a lot of listeners and I lose a lot of panel members because I'll let somebody just go on sometimes. But it is therapeutic, you know what I mean, for some experiencers to really be able to get it out, get it off their chest. And yeah, space is something, it depends on the space. You know what I mean? It really does.
Yeah, and the host, you know what I'm saying? If you curate a place where it's safe for people to speak about shit, like how Kimball does his shit, you know, it's just one-on-one with a person telling their story. You know what I mean? Let them get their shit off the right way. You know, that's something that's working. I used to do that on Clubhouse too. That was where I first interviewed Matthew Roberts, a couple other people, to let them do their thing. You know,
I gotta say, like some of the best experience or stories I've heard are in Logan spaces, right? And I know it's not for everyone, Mike. I get like it can be frustrating, or Wabas, right? You're just trying to hang out and then someone wants to like tell their whole thing. I personally love hearing those, especially kind of when it's random. Like mine's a little more structured and maybe even contrived, but like one rule I set on UFO intros is I don't ever like, you know, like I've called out some low Earth orbit satellites, especially when like it's someone with a bigger platform, right? Mike Batista or whoever. But yeah, I don't ever try to debunk or play skeptic with any of like the people I interview, especially in the spaces that I'm interviewing them. I don't ever do that. But yeah, I also hear what Daz is saying, and it's a really vulnerable thing. But I do think that's one of the cool things about spaces is there are some where people can feel safe, like they're not going to be judged and like share their experience, you know?
Are there, can you give me an example of one that's currently running now?
So Mav is doing one that's pretty cool. They're talking about CE5. I mean, it's not like a one-on-one interview, but they're just talking about CE5.
Mav is a good one because it's a lot of people around that are listening that maybe not are so familiar with the topics that are being discussed too. By the way, it's not Kimball anymore, it's Kimstrel.
It's not a nod to Astral or Daz, it's more just Zim. I'm trying to honor Zim with this.
Hell yeah.
That went over my head and I don't think I want to know.
Well, just go check out his profile.
Hey, Zim's a supporter, all right?
I do like Astral that you just, I feel like you call it how it is, and it's weird, right? Because like you're on Twitter and you're a UFO guy, a paranormal guy, but you're also like calling some of this bullshit out, and that's not exactly like conducive to getting a huge audience. But I see too many like big platforms kind of go the other way where the audience capture, right, and they just want to validate every single fucking UFO story.
I used to sit at sit at my desktop or my phone and look at the tweets that I was and be like, damn, should I post this or not? And now I'm just like, fuck it. I'd like post any thought that comes in, and you know, whether it's calling Tim Gallaudet out or calling out Arrow or whatever it is, I think
you
that
never call out Arrow. Take that one back.
You're right.
Definitely don't ever do that.
Hey, I called him out on the historical report being delayed.
You gave them a love tap.
But yeah, it's the toughest part is to be in the middle of all of it. Oh, what's up, Zim?
After I'm starting a trend, all your supporters have the Astral hat on now, where we are Legion. There's no 3 of us. 2 of us if you don't count you.
Nah, Zim, you started the trend. So it's got to start somewhere. Kimball started the Tupa trend, so get on early.
There we go. Daz, just change your hat so it's an alien you could be in.
I wasn't trying to follow Astral. I wasn't even thinking. So no, I'm going to stick to how it is right now.
All right.
For right now.
I had a profile picture.
It's time to do it, Daz.
I do like your one, Daddy's in. I was like, oh my God, look how cool he looks. Like, but yeah, no.
I heard Astral has a Fund Arrow tattoo.
I was gonna say I have a profile picture where I changed my alien head to just Arrow. It's just Arrow. Plus, I have a video. I made an AI thing of like my first day at Arrow, me working for it.
I saw that. That was hilarious.
And again, but you know what the most frustrating part about all of this with the Kirkpatrick thing is just like, even in this Gallaudet Kirkpatrick, we can't fucking find evidence of anything concrete. Like, we still don't know if they met in person. We're trying to get evidence of aliens.
A Zoom call Teams meeting.
Well, they were on a Teams meeting.
Yeah, but Kirkpatrick said it was in person. Gallaudet's got a photo of a Teams meeting. So it's like, okay, well, we have one piece of positive evidence, and we just got one guy talking shit. And then you have Tim Phillips like changing flavors on his story. And he's the kind of guy who will have hours of pre-interview with you and then tell you something different on the podcast. So I would just point at that group and be like, no me gusta. It's weird.
That didn't look like a Teams meeting. That looked like a Google Calendar invite or something.
Yeah.
Or I guess not Teams or, what's the Microsoft Outlook? Like that to me kind of looked like my Microsoft Outlook calendar, but I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, it
but
looked like an
Zoom,
Outlook
Teams,
it could have
Slack,
been a
whatever.
meeting in
Google
person.
Hangout.
But like at the end of the day, who gives a fuck if they met, if they didn't meet, if he's lying, if this guy's lying, and who cares? Don't give a shit.
Thank you.
I care. No.
Why do you care?
I care because they're these people are on taxpayer dollars.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
Patrick Boldface lying about simple shit about whether he talked to your old boss or not. Like,
Yeah, I
that's
guess
fucking
maybe it's
weird.
just because I already write him off as a liar. It doesn't matter to me at this point.
Well, I think
makes
the
sense.
continued lying is still, it's destruct. Obviously, Gallaudet was distressed enough by it to confront the guy openly about it. You know what I mean? So he's destroying the credibility of people by lying.
Yeah, but then it's all right. I hear your point, but my point is, if I consider the guy a liar, it's like, hey, look, the liar's lying.
Yeah, but
Who gives
if
a
you
shit?
had a new family member who had no bearing on this topic and they came into it, you would want to be like, okay, hey, wait, take note. This guy's a fucking liar. Look at him lying now about simple shit. That's why I'm saying it's still of note. We might not take it as new information, but it's still information for somebody.
Yeah, it's
It's
another
like a key
example.
part of the setup. That makes it
Policing
awkward.
ourselves. Yeah, it's about policing ourselves. I liked when Fugel called out, said, I got a video, shit. I love it. I think it's important to, to some degree respectfully address ethical concerns and different agendas and shit. It's policing topics we care about, It's tough shit to do.
Why doesn't he release that video, by the way?
Don't get me started on that, dude. I personally wrote him on. You really had to bring that up. Like, that's the main thing is we never get the smoking gun. Like, Fuqua has a video of Kirkpatrick standing up and being like, the UFO topic is real. I'm like, all right, well then release it. Like I'll edit the video for you. I'll take the time.
It's because it's kayfabe.
Did he give a reason, Astral? Like, what?
He
Legit,
said he
like,
didn't
why-
want to expose the other people that were at the meeting at the time. I said, you already have the picture. Just send me the video. I'll even blank out everybody's face except for Kirkpatrick. So I honestly don't think he has that video, or the video is not good enough to really expose Kirkpatrick as being the person who says that. So people, again, we're people are leveraging so much of like, see, Brandon Fugel proved Kirkpatrick lied, and then we're turning around and we're finding out that like, again, like I'm kind of like experienced like this shit is so stupid, but at the same time, if we can't even figure this out, like that's a very concerning thing. If Gallaudet's gonna say all this, but he can't bring any receipts, and now the guys that the UFO community have been trying to leverage, like Tim Phillips, to slam dunk it home, are now saying, no, there were 2 meetings. I did meet with him, but there's an additional meeting in which Sean Kirkpatrick met with him physically. And then Gallaudet's like, no, the only time that I ever saw him physically in person was at this thing in 2026, a couple months ago. It just doesn't fucking line up. Like, none of this shit makes sense. And it's so frustrating.
I'll just say this and I'll leave it alone. I feel like I'm going around in circles. Like, to me, it's just kind of like a nothing burger at the end of the day. Because it questions people's credibility and all that. But what was the purpose of them 2 meeting? To have anything to do with disclosing anything? Was there any juicy details to come from that meeting? I don't think so. So it's like, all right, you're nitpicking on whether this guy's telling the truth or lying, or if this guy's continue to lie and shit. At the end of the day, it doesn't move the needle much for me. That's just me.
Got Patrick jumped up here. What's up, bro?
What's up, y'all? Talking about Kirkpatrick. Y'all see Dean Johnson's
Yeah, saw that.
post? What y'all think? Did y'all already talk about that? My bad.
No, we're just getting to it right now. I mean, it kind of just brings, I think more things are being added. Everybody's trying to write Kirkpatrick and Phillips and all this and then use that and it's just not looking good. To me, it's not looking good for Gallaudet's side of it.
Yeah, it's quite a contradictory statement. Like, I used to think it was maybe about misinterpretation of things, right? Like, oh, he asked for a job, and Gallaudet's like, no, I just preferred to, offer my services for free. But now this part about Gallaudet saying he never spoke or met Kirkpatrick before April 9th, before that skeptics thing. And Kirkpatrick's like, no, we met in person. And there was this Teams meeting online, like before this, right? So that's quite, I don't know. But like Experience said, I don't know, but what does it really mean?
It's just you earmark this shit to me. All right, this guy's potentially lying. Or this guy's potentially lying. Well, guess what? A lot of these people are potentially lying. What was the purpose of the meeting? If there was something juicy that would have came out of those two interacting, cool. And I think the job thing might have been the UAP czar job. That's just speculation, but I think that was around the time that was getting flown around. And if that was the case, the UAP czar would have been above Arrow. So I don't know.
I'm not taking crazy pills. 100% Sean Kirkpatrick is a prolific liar. Prolific.
Astro is coming for your boy.
What has he lied about? Let's name it.
Numerous the report says, that he is. Hello.
Sorry, go ahead.
The report that he is the first congressional report that he gave, numerous experiences like Michael Herrera's account was incorrect. He even listed Senator Harry Reid. Like, the report was disgusting. It was inaccurate, and that would be, for me, one of the biggest prolific lies that he's had his hand in.
Well, what did he
specifically
lie about that?
He said Yankee Blue was this giant program and decades-long disinformation against Air Force officers. But when you FOIA his office for any mention, any record, any email, any memo, any just a fucking Post-it note someone had laying around that said Yankee Blue, nothing, no files, no nothing. So that's strange.
All right,
I agree.
And
with
then him and
Michael
Herrera's account.
Yeah, and him
From
and Tim
Michael
Phillips
Herrera's
also
account,
say
they called it an extraterrestrial craft.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
That's not Michael Herrera's account.
I'm very familiar with Michael Herrera's account, just by the way.
So Michael Herrera said it was an extraterrestrial craft?
Well, let's pick this apart because it's nuanced. If we want, I don't know how much time we want to spend on this. I can push back on that quite a bit.
This is not difficult. This is either yes or no. Was it an extraterrestrial craft?
Yes, I think Michael Herrera.
Well, Michael Herrera says it isn't. So either you need to go check with Michael because you got your story wrong.
Yeah.
He even said Kirkpatrick is lying because it's not an extraterrestrial craft, and he never said that.
Got it. Okay, so.
Yeah, but you're asking him to bet it.
So this is what Michael Herrera said, right? Because remember, I have the only interview with Michael Herrera's team leader, Nathan, about this. So again, I'm very familiar with Michael Herrera. Initially, Michael Herrera came out and said that he saw a craft, right? And thought they were smuggling drugs out in the Indonesian jungle, right? During a aid relief
Actually, he
mission.
first said it was people. That was the first thing he said. He said they were smuggling people.
No, that's not what he first said. He was only told people by Jake Barber.
Yep.
Later, at the Greer conference that was held a month before David Grush testified, where Jake Barber and his team allegedly went sanctioned by the FBI to arrest people, right? And then Jake Barber was taken aback by Michael Herrera's testimony and decided to change his whole outlook on the topic. And he approached Michael Herrera and let him know that, hey, those weren't drugs or guns they were smuggling. Those were people they were trafficking. That's what happened, right? This is not my story. This is what they have said publicly. Then Michael Herrera went on Gaia, did a 2-part series, and claimed that he was also told by this insider, who we later find out is Jake Barber. At the time, he wasn't naming Jake Barber, but he said that the government was also hooking children, refugees from Indonesia as well, right? That's what they were there for, to pick these psychic-enabled people, these psionics, bring them into this program, hook them up to machines, drug them up, use them to then mentally connect with UFOs, alien spacecraft, so that they could be presented in such a way that whoever was there, the military, would shoot them down, and that we were doing this all the time, and that some of these people were dying, right? So aliens were part of the story. Now, the craft was allegedly, Mike Rohrer saying it's an ARV, an alien reproduction vehicle, right? So I don't see how that's any different from alien technology.
And don't forget his story was so moving that
he said that's
Barber
not what he said. Look, this is silly. This is what Michael said specifically. If you go check with him, I promise you this. I'm not trying to mislead anybody here. And now we have Tim Gallaudet accusing Sean Kirkpatrick of lying too. I mean, I'd have to go through it, but there's at least 5 people to 6 people who have accused this man of being an open-faced liar.
Well, I put up top the dude Rob Jones, who just became a correspondent on News Nation, made a post. Like, it's not necessarily, I think, Kirkpatrick lying, but I think his interpretations of a lot of the UFO evidence are different than what the top people like Marique and all this shit people see. And he lists out, but I think a bottom line is the 2 things that I think people harp on is the Brandon Fugel being there, misremembering. And again, if we're going to talk about misremembering, just hop on over to Bob Lazar, remembering any of the fucking details of the Bob Lazar story for the last 30 years, misremembering things, okay? So if we're going to take people to task on that, we got to take everybody to task on it. And then the other one is either the gimbal or the go fast he thought was during the day and was actually at night or something like that. So he was mistaken on that. So I think a lot of in the historical report, to me, I don't think Kirkpatrick was involved in a lot of the investigations in terms of the cases of the historical reports. Those were people at Arrow. And again, I've said this before, people at Arrow were coming in scientifically focused on collecting data and analyzing what was anomalous and what was prosaic. And all of a sudden they had to switch and pivot to investigating whistleblower claims and going into these offices and trying to find out if the information was factual. And so you're talking about scientists becoming investigators. They're not going to do a very good job. And I think that to me is why the historical report was so messed up, is because the people who were investigating the cases weren't even investigators. They were scientists.
Or they just didn't care.
So there's Kirkpatrick, right? And that's one thing, but I will say, right, Arrow, Kozlowski did a breakdown, right, and explained low Earth orbit satellites, how and why and where they flare. No one paid attention to it, and now half the shit you see online, people calling them orbs, it's literally satellites. You got Casey Musgraves talking about these orbs she saw. They broke it down. Just no one. It's not sexy, right? No one listened.
Yeah, I've never heard anything bad about Kozlowski yet, other than he has to get permission which way to part his hair or whatever he said. So that's the only negative kind of vibe I've heard off him. Other than that, I've heard no complaints, or correct me if I'm wrong, but just me personally, I haven't heard any complaints about him from whistleblowers, newscasters. I think Jeremy Corbell is even saying he likes him. Shit, so. Maybe third time's a charm.
Well, hey, Tim Gallaudet. Did you see the interview where Jay Anderson had Tim Gallaudet and talked about Kirkpatrick? Tim Gallaudet was on his nuts. Was basically like, oh, yeah, he's highly respectable. Sean Kirkpatrick, the perfect guy. Da-da-da-da. Next thing you know, he doesn't confirm Gallaudet's thing, and he's in the front row fucking calling him the bunker.
He did more. He dogged him. He didn't just not confirm it. He was like, yo, this motherfucker came here begging for a job. He's conspiracy prone. You know what I mean? He did him dirty.
But all that glazing you were just talking about he was doing was when Kirkpatrick first started, right?
Right.
So that's when he first started. He didn't get a chance to really show his face until later.
But he acted like he knew him.
Probably hyping him up.
They always glaze these Arrow directors. Every time these fucking Arrow directors come up, every time I hear it, it's always, oh, this guy is so fucking great. And then what did they end up doing? They toe the company line.
It's also kind of based on a false premise. Just congressional UFO disclosure movement. I mean, if you look at all the different programs and projects that were intended to disclose, information, you could go back, Blue Grudge, I mean, all the way back. So many of the leaders came out afterward and said that they were disingenuous, that were pretenses, there were, a bunch of different agendas behind the scenes. And, it's hilarious that we expect something from Arrow, in my opinion,
I disagree. I think there's more lying going on. UFOs are real, but there's more lying going on in ufology than Arrow, in my opinion.
Fuck that.
I still haven't
You're
heard
on Twitter,
one lie from Kirkpatrick that's been confirmed.
They say they have access to everything they need, but they can't get a handle on the data or the report from the Nimitz incident that a DARPA guy told Tim Phillips that they came and collected the data. So if DARPA tells you, yeah, we came and picked that up, it's one of the most interesting stories. Literally had partially a hearing about it, and they can't give you the data or the report, but they tell you they have it. And both Phillips and Kirkpatrick are saying we have access to everything we need. That's not true. You literally said you don't have access to that report. So if you said we have access to everything we need except for, the Tic Tac, radar data and Nimitz incident stuff and the report that's subsequent from it. Yeah, except for that, we have everything we need. If you don't have that, you don't have everything you need.
Yeah, did they have access?
Do you guys know about? Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
No, there's just so many places that are obvious that you can't say a full, thorough investigation without exploring. From the well-known Bigelow facility to a bunch of the other cases and corroborative data associated with them. Even if you just took the most recent military cases, And
then the other one was what Desmo was pointing out. If Kirkpatrick is literally out there and the Wall Street Journal has literal evidence, or, not evidence, but, written, they're supposed to get this verified by 3 sources saying that there's at least 3 guys who held out the Yankee Blue story from the day they heard it until Arrow spoke with them, where they hadn't even told their wives and they kept it close to chest and buried. Those guys are like fucking holdouts on a, Japanese deserted island after World War II, ended, and they're just still holding out and fighting for the emperor, cleaning their, Arisaka carbine, just right, just in case they have to use it someday. And then someone discovers them in the 70s and says, yo, World War II is over, dog. You know what I mean? They brought him out and they gave him a fucking medal. These people held this story from their wife. They deserve a medal. In a day of fucking intelligence analysts in the Air Force leaking Ukraine war information and documents online for a Discord argument, give these guys a fucking medal for holding out on that story. They did, their country a service. But when you FOIA Arrow and say, hey, it looks like you discovered Yankee Blue de novo in your office. Like you found the 3 guys who already, kept it, buried. And there's a couple that, knew that it was fake. And you found this out. And you guys put out a memo in the spring of 2023 to kibosh all this. They're the ones who put out the memo. They're the ones who discovered this. And you FOIA their office for anything, like a fucking Post-it note that says Yankee Blue, they don't have it. So that is a flat lie, or, it's still classified, or, it's coming out in the second report, but we're just not responding to FOIAs about it. That's a fucking lie. Like there's holes in their story for sure.
I think that is part of the historical report of why it's delayed. I think the Yankee Blue stuff, whatever. But to me, the Kirkpatrick, I shared the little clip of him talking about how the Yankee Blue process went down. The thing that stuck out to me was he was kind of equating it to like one person or a couple of people. So he's like, well, one person, actually a couple people came forward, but that doesn't match up to like the thousands of people who have been affected. So the Wall Street Journal kind of made it seem like this was this huge ordeal the Air Force was doing, and it was made into these other programs, and it was all of this big manipulation where they were bringing in people to sign NDAs and tell them they were part of, here's the alien program. But it just didn't match up to what Kirkpatrick was saying in this presentation of like how it all worked and how many people were involved, to then turn around and have a whole Wall Street Journal article where it made it seem like this was thousands of people in 30 years of fucking stuff. Like they're going to bars in Roswell and handing out 100%. Pictures to manipulate people. I was like, I didn't hear any of that shit.
Oh yeah, they did make it seem like it was huge in that story. That is, yeah, you're right there for sure.
What about
no documentation?
What about the investigation of OSAP and all the different cases that instigated the contracts for the observables and the DIRDs? What about the over 100 victims referred by the military from OSAP to Gary Nolan and Kit Green and others who had medical injuries? A spectrum of different things. What about slide number 9? What about a lot of there's so many different areas to investigate. Did we get information from NRO, from Dr. Chris Scalise about all the data they have, or the other cases aside from GoFast, Nimitz, Gimbal, the other data associated with it, radar data? So it's obviously a disingenuous effort. It's understandable they'd be covering black programs, but also other shit too. So it's up to us, or people like Grush, break out fucking people,
Yeah, and I'm not saying Arrow's not disingenuous. I'm not saying they may be a paper trap, whatever, fly trap for some of these whistleblowers, but I'm just saying, right? Like 6-7 years ago, if someone told you there was a government organization that admitted that there were triangles they couldn't identify, they admitted there were orbs that they couldn't identify, and they released the Mosul orb video, I think that's probably one of the most compelling UFO videos, certainly that the government's put out.
I think it's legit. I think they're going to tell you it's legit someday, and that's a Foo Fighter.
A blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, guys. We don't need to hide. We don't.
Are you talking about Ross Coulter?
I mean, well, what about David Grush saying? David Grush has the same opinion of Arrow here, that they're disingenuous. It doesn't matter who you seem to put there.
Yeah, they might be. I get it's just gray, At the end of the day, they're releasing some pretty credible information. They're acknowledging that there's things they can't identify. They also may be bad faith. They may be disingenuous. You're right, but what do we make of that? I don't know what to make of it.
Well, the positives of this are far outweighed by the negatives, in my opinion, at least. In the complete steamrolling of every person that seems to go to Arrow and comes back saying, "Yeah, man, I didn't get a fair shake." Eric Hecker is another one. I mean, he says he didn't get a fair shake at Arrow, and they lied about him.
Yeah, well, you go and talk to him, and then everything you say is made classified, right? So you can't ever talk about it again.
That's in terms of Arrow putting out the video and there being all sorts of other weird things about him. I personally think that the Mosul orb and whatever the other video they put out,
a jellyfish one.
Yeah, they're going to tell you those are real. Personally, that's what I think. If you look at Herman Obert's descriptions, it matches up with a lot of that. Foo Fighters back in the day. I think they're giving you a little bit of truth, so they can be like, "Oh, we didn't totally lie to you," but then also it'd be you're scratching your head looking at this whole back and forth, and you're going to think it was a real fight for disclosure in this case. But I think it's a slow rollout, and we're watching kayfabe.
But Wag, don't you think at the end of this, you think this is man-made tech, right? You're not.
No. It's a Foo Fighter. It's a real NHI something. But they're obfuscating what is it called, the balloon video? That's really not a balloon video. That they all said was the
jellyfish one, right?
The jellyfish.
Yeah, the EAD balloon or whatever for the jellyfish UAP. No idea. I don't have a strong opinion on that.
That one is a very compelling one to me, considering the other data points about it. I would like to see the end of the videotape. Obviously showing the craft taking off from out of the water.
No, there is no end, right? I think Patrick posted the whole thing.
When is there ever? I mean, that's what's so annoying about some of these things. Can you capture the whole from beginning to end? I don't care if it's 20 minutes long, right? Give me the shit when you got them on camera and when it's fucking gone, when it leaves.
I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be more footage where the thing takes off out of the water.
Same thing with Gimbal. Supposed to be another end to the Gimbal thing where you see the rest of it. I mean, it's hilarious what's going on. I mean,
that's per Corbell though. Corbell's the main one that's at the end of the video, it shoots in the ocean and then, out of the water and takes off intergalactic. And I'm like, come on, bro.
So now what? Corbell's word is no good?
No, not to me.
When did that change? I'm gonna go word search Corbell on your fucking page right now.
You trust Corbell, Mike?
I mean, I'm not saying I trust him on everything, but I mean, as far as I can throw him, yeah.
How far can you throw him, you think?
I don't know. He's
good at karate, bro.
Is it a lateral? Is it a lateral or a head throw?
You throw him
If
from
it's a head throw, 2 feet. If it's a lateral, maybe it would cover 6 feet of distance.
If you could throw him from Pittsburgh to DC, that's
Like
pretty.
he do the
pretty
Liu
long.
Kang. Whoa!
He would definitely sprawl.
It's true. Astral is a Corbell hater. I just searched it on his page. Confirmed.
Definitely confirmed.
Hey, Corbell follows me though, so he sees it personally firsthand.
He's a masochist. You didn't know it.
He retweets your space right now.
What up, Astral?
Yo, what's up, man?
Oh man, I was just stopping in, just saying hi to everybody. Yeah.
See, people feel comfortable coming up here.
Yeah, man. Come up and share a
man,
story.
So since I talked to you last time, I think just about the video and the orb I saw in my backyard. We posted it last time. But anyways, I think so Americans for Safe Aerospace and Ryan Graves are analyzing the video now. And I haven't got any like notification or anything. But yeah.
How did that happen?
Huh?
How did that go about? Like, did they contact you or something, or how did they reach out?
I reached out as a veteran. I just said, yo, I'm a veteran too. You know, I'm trained on what to look at in the sky. And, you know, I've never seen anything where you shine a fucking laser at it and it fucking replies. So, you know, so.
What branch did you serve in, if you don't mind me asking?
Army.
You were Army? Okay.
And so, you know, I sent that over and we corresponded. And then I sent them, like, the copy I have. And Duke on Demand cleaned up the video as well. I don't know if you remember that, but he cleaned it up for me and removed, like, any digital whatever artifact or whatever the hell. And so I have that copy as well. And yeah, man. So still trying to figure out what the fuck I saw, but I see things all the time now. I mean, I posted one on the 26th with my son. We were just outside walking out my front door, and this goofy looking thing flies by. And the Pro Pixel guy actually has a video posted. Like, he saw one that looks really similar to what we saw, like, almost the same night, I think. So it's pretty interesting.
Hell yeah, keep us updated, dude.
Yeah, I'll post the original video in the thing so everybody can see what the fuck I'm talking about with the laser. So if you look, I just posted it. Basically, I was in my backyard with my son. I was pointing at stars, and then in like one frame of the video, the star responds. So I don't know. Yeah.
Do you guys remember the like 10,000 word article that Chris Mellon wrote rebutting the historical report?
It was basically his own version, right?
Do you remember how long that thing was and how error-filled that report was after the end of it? I mean, it's a disgrace. It was a disgrace that was ever published and produced with taxpayer money. We should be embarrassed, and they should be embarrassed. And I don't think they've provided any reports since, right? That one historical. No, they produced a second historical.
No, they didn't do the second one. The first one was spanning like 40 or 50 years, so it was a lot of the historical cases. And the wild part is this next one was only supposed to be through a span of a year and a half, you know, if that. So this last year and a half of all the stuff that they're supposed to compile is supposed to be in the new historical part 2. You like the Ashton Forbes shit? Like the Ashton Forbes report is supposed to be in this next one, so we'll see.
Look forward to his crash out.
That's a cool video, man. Thanks for sharing that.
Dan, are you referring to those two little white dots that appear after you shut the laser off?
He's gonna tell you they're Leos, Dan. FYI.
He just left.
No, I'm not.
He left.
That is interesting. It's like 17 seconds.
It's a good one. And you know what? I love people sharing their videos too. Like, especially new experiencers or people who are like, just share it, man. I'm not going to break any of that shit down and try and debunk it. I think just to kind of have people share it and don't feel personally attacked if like your stuff is debunked in the community. Just, feel free to share the stuff, especially be educated on, going forward on what it possibly could be.
Yeah, I shared mine. I held on mine for years. I didn't let nobody see it. And I was like, fuck it. I still think that they're probably Chinese lanterns, but I don't know.
Here's my thing about Chinese lanterns. In most places,
Shit, what happened? Is anybody here?
I thought that was me, dude.
Yeah, Mike cut out. I don't know what happened.
All right, well, feel free to jump back up. Anybody?
Fucking Twitter, dude. Fucking Twitter, bro.
Glitch, big time. That was a huge glitch.
Glitch, dude.
The Chinese got him. He was out in their lanterns.
All right, bring him back up. Like and share the space. I haven't even revealed the target yet, so we still got the remote viewing to do. Love the discussion. Feel free to jump up and join it. We'll keep it going around. Come back, kid. You here?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know it's all glitchy tonight.
Yeah, a bunch of people just glitched out. I think we're getting the panel back.
Government did not like us talking. Didn't like us talking about Michael Herrera. That's what it was. They don't like
Whole
the
East
Michael
Coast
Herrera.
one.
Wow, dude, after I talked about my video, I broke the whole thing.
True, Dan. You did rig it. This is Dan's fault.
But yeah, I heard you say those two dots. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's weird. I can't explain that.
And I guess that's what I was saying is Duke on Demand wanted to make sure it wasn't like reflection and shit. So when he cleaned it up digitally, they were still there.
Yeah, if you're like zooming in, especially with like a digital zoom, there could be, right? Maybe the only thing I can think of is like there's two lights maybe below somewhere, and either your lens hit it at the right angle or they blinked, and those are two lens flares. But I mean, the rest of your video when you're zoomed out, I don't see any two lights that could do that, you know?
I have a question for Kim Stroll.
What's up?
Didn't you go to a couple of Christopher King experiencer meetings?
Yeah, at Contact?
Yeah,
a bunch of them.
Wasn't he was supposed to do it again? What was that like?
It was really cool, honestly. I mean, some people, it's kind of like in Spaces or even some of the interviews I do, some people have like a whole worldview to like sell you, or like a whole like mission. they're trying to accomplish. And you know, that's fine. People have intense experiences and they take certain things away from it. But yeah, I mean, it felt like you got like 40 chairs all in a circle, and it's just going around. Whoever like wants to raise their hand, and they just share whatever experiences they've had or whatever sightings they've had. And some of them, you know, are hard to get through, and then others are super fascinating. But I think it's one of the best parts of Contact. It's kind of like I was telling Paul Vidal this the other day. I feel like it adds to the brand cachet of Contact in the desert, you know, because I'm not saying like the talks aren't important, but it kind of reminds me of remember when MTV, like, suddenly they weren't playing anything on MTV that had anything to do with music. It was all just like Real World or whatever bullshit. Anyway, I feel like them having that experiencer group, whatever, was really cool. And it really sucks, you know, what's happened with Jay. And I hope they find someone else to like host that, because it's one of my favorite parts of Contact. And also, you don't need like a wristband to get in there, so it's free.
I mean, that's kind of cool. Not gonna lie, I think that's a cool thing, especially when it's free.
Yeah, that's where I met Jen and Rich Universe. Was in that room.
Astral, are you going to Contact this year?
Oh, I'll be there.
People said you are.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going with the Psy Games. Psy Games put me up there. But yeah, I'm going there. I might be doing some stuff with Rich Dolan there as well. But yeah, I'll be there.
So anybody who's speaking that everyone's kind of looking forward to? Anybody?
I think Jacques Fillet's there. Maybe. I want to say Jacques Fillet's there.
It's good to hear that Richard Dolan's going, because I heard he had some condition where he wouldn't be able to travel anymore.
Oh no.
I mean, I guess that changed if he's going to be there.
I don't
year.
know 100% if he's going, actually. I was just expecting him to go. So last year, Ross and Bryce both went and recorded an episode of Need to Know, and I was there for that. But this year, I don't think Bryce is going, but I thought Rich was going there. But we'll see.
Yeah, I know he and Tracy were there last year. It was cool to meet him. I respect that guy quite a bit.
Yeah, I like Dolan as a researcher. He's one of those guys that seems pretty solid to me. I miss Stan Friedman, man. That guy to me was kind of like the epitome of, you know, saw some shit, did the deep dive, came up with a bunch of examples, but stuck to the facts. I think we kind of have a little bit of that missing now. I don't know.
He was really good at articulating stuff too.
Yeah, I think Dolan's, I feel like he's kind of like that. Like, he'll speak out, but he won't, like, make his whole thing about calling people out and shit, but still will be skeptical and all this. Like, he's one of those that's just like, you know, I don't think disclosure's ever really going to come, but, you know, there's something there. Patrick, you gonna be there?
Yeah, man, I'll be there. I'm doing a live show as well, live podcast.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but I'll be there.
Besides Valet, anybody else who are like the speakers that got hype around them?
I will say I just spoke with, I did like a little mini interview with Ron Janix, who owns Contact and runs it. And he was telling me a really cool thing with Luigi's going to be happening there. Luigi from the Bob Lazar documentary. So he's going to be doing a pretty cool presentation and letting people try the VR as well. And apparently it's, further along than it was last year at Contact when he let people put some people put the VR headset on.
Right, because it was just like in the bunker and you see the spaceship in the corner.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, you can't go over there?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm ready to walk in that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
It was cool, but yeah, it was just the thing is the sports model just sitting there. That was it.
Yeah, it was a static shot. You were in one spot, right? It was low quality. So he's going to be displaying a version that you can walk around in, and it's super high quality, because that thing is, when I interviewed Luigi right before the documentary came out, he said that the VR experience would come out hopefully, into summer, early fall. So it's definitely further along. So anyway, I thought that was kind of cool that there's going to be a pretty substantial presentation from Luigi, and that includes the VR thing.
Yeah, how is the VR tech these days? I'm assuming it's way better than from what I remember as a kid in the mall. And you had those fucking VR games. You had that big ass clunky headset with a gun. I'm sure it's way better than that now. I'm curious to know what the VR shit is like.
It's way better.
No, it's sick, dude. The VR stuff it's unreal now. And what Luigi is doing is going to be great, whether you believe Bob or not. And I personally don't believe Bob, but I still want to do the VR experience. Like, that's still sick. I think it'd be cool to have a VR experience for a lot of cases. Tic Tac, you're sitting in the fighter jet with David Fravor.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah, shit like Travis Walton. Name any case and imagine a VR experience of it.
The aerial school, holy shit.
Aerial school, Cash Landrum, right? Just start Roswell, like any of these Kingmen, just any case, I think it would be really cool. So hopefully this will start a trend where somebody, either Luigi or another team, sees that there's something there. The only caveat or the only thing that could get in the way is that you do need a VR headset to experience it, right? So there's kind of a threshold that you would have to meet, but they're becoming a lot more affordable. You can get the Meta ones for, I think, $400, $500. I'm not saying that's not a lot of money. That is a lot of money, but we're not talking a few grand. So could make it accessible to more people.
I chilled with the owner. Are you talking about the old dude who like owns Contact in the Desert and shit?
He goes by Captain Ron. He's one of the, there's a few owners.
Oh, no. Yeah, I know Captain Ron. I'm talking about the actual owner. Like, I sat at the bar during games.
Ron is an owner. There's multiple owners.
Right.
I know who you're talking about. I know.
Yeah, the old guy who like is sitting in the front rows and shit. Like, I was trying to convince him basically to get a East Coast Contact in the Desert. And I think there's going to be one coming up in the next couple of years. Because I was like, man, you got to go on the East Coast, dude.
Europe
like,
dude. Europe. I'm in Europe, bro. So
yeah.
I got to fly from fucking Spain. I actually did suggest to Rod. Well, he said they're either trying to find a new location for there or move Contact, but that's the only weekend that they can get. But definitely, dude. They're doing a lot of different things. The thing I suggested to him was, had he ever thought about having someone like Mick West speak or Michael Shermer, or having a panel that's like both, right? Get Mick and Mike and whoever, versus this person, right? Like a cool,
more skeptical sort of panel, yeah.
Yeah, debate, right? We're kind of back and forth with different people, right? You'd have Richard Dolan and whoever else up there, not versus, but hey, let's have a conversation. I think that'd be cool.
Dude, the biggest thing to me at Contact in the Desert last year was the Mindsight Dahlia demonstration. Like, that shit, I was in the front row filming it. I didn't even fucking realize what was happening. It was just so crazy to me. I was like, what is going on? I wasn't even ready for it.
You still think that that's something that could be manipulated, the Mindsight?
Oh, hell yeah. I don't like Mindsight. I don't like it at all. I think Mindsight, man, I just...
It's bullshit.
It's frustrating watching it because, like, it's more based off of demonstration than actual scientific evidence of like something like remote viewing. And it's come on the scene so quickly. There's just so many ways to cheat it because it's limited. Like until the MindSight mask covers the person's whole face, I'm not going to take that shit serious. And just so everybody knows, Chris Ramsey, who's a magician, like one of the top magicians in the fucking world. This, like, bro pulled we were out to dinner one time. He pulled this like coin trick, and like all of a sudden the coin's on my shoulder, and I'm like, dude, what? Like he pulled this crazy ass like magician trick, but he was able to do the MindSight perfectly, like basically cheat it and show that it could be cheated. And so that's when I was like, all right, man, like you gotta, there's got to be more controls put into place. So when I see this MindSight stuff, I feel like there was a person who just posted these 2 kids with these MindSight masks on playing Connect 4, and they're like the angles at which they're looking at the Connect 4 thing, they're like you can tell that there's some foolery here. There's some bullshit going on. And I think until it's limited to where you cover the whole face so that there's no possibility of any cheating at all, I'm not really gonna jump into MindSight like that.
What do you think about that dude, Oz the Mentalist? Do you think what's the trick behind them being able to do shit like that?
Or Tyler Henry too. It's like a different thing, but
I've seen some stuff with Oz. When it comes, he does mentalism. So there's a guy named Darren Brown from the UK. I recommend Googling him and watching some of his stuff. He's a phenomenal mentalist. He puts on amazing shows, but he also calls out he knows it's fake, and he calls out people who try to make it seem like it's real. And he explains how all these tricks are done, and he'll kind of go through it. And it's quite fascinating. And honestly, ask Chris Ramsey. He'll tell you most magic tricks are very simple. They're very, very simple. The key is the show. It's performative. It's how you sell it, right? That makes it so amazing. That's all it is. And people, I had Chris on my show one time and we spoke about that. And he said, most people want to sell the magic trick afterwards bigger than it actually was, because nobody wants to seem like a fool. So they want to make the trick seem like it was crazy because that's how I couldn't figure it out, because it was so magical, right? Like that, he said it works in your favor as a magician or a mentalist, right? That people want to sell it for you afterwards. And the same thing happens with this MindSight stuff and Dolly. I personally think it's absolute bullshit. And I think a great example, and there's many, but if you're interested and you want to look further, I'd say if you just watch the Danny Jones interview with Dahlia and you see her demonstrate the MindSight, you'll see it right away that it's kind of fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I peeped that because she's looking. You could tell she's looking like she's leaning over, trying to get an angle or something. I get it. Yeah. I guess to me, the more question I had with the mentalism stuff is that I found kind of crazy is like how are they guessing childhood names of your best friend from 7th grade or some shit? How's he doing that? Like
they use these special boards. So they have these, how he always uses like this board and he'll write it out and these sort of things. And they have many tricks, but one of them in particular is a special board that he uses that it can actually look like a chalkboard. It can look like a whiteboard. It can look like many things. And he uses a special marker, and it's literally someone on his team putting it in. And he turns it around. And,
sneaky motherfuckers. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I can get with that.
Yeah, no, but you're talking about experience too of like, I've seen the episodes of the NFL, what's the NFL show, where like they bring in the guy and he finds out the guy's like PIN password, shit like that.
Yeah, that's Oz the Mentalist. He's been making his rounds.
He did it to Rogan too.
Yeah, he did it to Rogan. Rogan was not happy, right? When that happened, he was like, what the fuck? But he's done the pin trick on many things, with many people. And, it could really, other mentalists that I saw like videos of that were debunking it, that basically said, this is going to sound crazy or unbelievable, but they literally just follow people around, like behind the scene. Like they're doing the trick weeks ahead of time, sometimes months ahead of time, to find out that information and then present it as if it's brand new in that moment.
Right. See, that would probably make more sense to me than just them being able to come up with it or reading somebody's mind on the spot, that there was some kind of research happening beforehand or something.
And there's plants. There's people who are planted and actors and people who are associating all this shit. But the best cases of the highest evidentiary value used like reasonable basic scientific protocols like Astral is talking about. If you can do this stuff like people have shown in the past under, scientific kind of scrutinous conditions like Ingo Swann, locations that you can see locations that are not near you, that are completely on the other side of a wall. All these different, even like the PK test that we've spoken about before, Astral, about affecting that little spinning thing. I forget what it's called under glass. If it's not, the glass isn't in water and the spinner thing is underneath, so the seal is completely sealed, that incredibly sensitive little device is going to have misreadings. And if you really want to know the truth, you have to ask yourself these fucking questions. You have to ask if people are peeking under their eyes. I've seen the Mindside stuff where kids were reading books, and it's like with orbs. There's a lot of other things that we know could appear like orbs. And, it's not necessarily, it depends on the person. Are you about finding out the truth, or are you about finding out or validating that you had an extraordinary experience? They studied the Hesselin lights. University came with all this scientific equipment and proved and videotaped again and again and did, spectrometry and found scandium and stuff of high, evidentiary value. I think these things are a lot more rarefied, but of course people love to, I guess, get attention.
Go ahead, Android. And just a heads up for everybody, I'm going to reveal the target in about 5 minutes here. So if anybody wants to get any last minute submissions, we'll do the remote viewing in about 5 and keep the discussion going. Firespace. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Chris Ramsey was on Fade to Black with Jimmy Church a few nights ago. And something interesting I thought he said was, he says, ask any professional magician, have you ever done a trick where a miracle happens? Something you can't explain, basically. Something totally anomalous that you didn't plan part of your trick, or it worked out like just something you can't explain. And he says every single one will say, yeah, I've had it happen, usually multiple times. And he said, and the funny thing is that these magicians are usually some of the most hardcore atheists you'll find. They're deeply, black and white, with their beliefs. And so that you have these deeply atheist people who are saying yet that these miracles are happening, that when they're performing these tricks. And so I think it's important to caveat that while magic is, a lot of the time tricks. I thought that was an interesting comment he added the other night.
Russell Targ speaks about that. Same thing as well. That's a very long-standing, belief, and there's a lot of evidence to tie that together with, a lot of aspects of this stuff. So I think that's a really great caveat. Thanks for bringing that up, brother. But Chris Angel is full of shit.
Uh-oh.
Bro, that was so funny.
I want to know how David Blaine does that levitating trick to random people on the street, and that was mind blowing every time I saw that.
You can if you Google search the levitating trick, the way he does it is, you can learn it.
It's like with the feet or something, bro.
Yeah,
like his toes.
Yeah, it's all about the angle to which you do it to somebody. If you give them just the right perspective and the right angle, you're either your front left or your front right toes, right? Your foot stays on the ground and you're lifting your back heels and one of your whole feet. So from the back at a certain 45-degree angle, it looks like you're lifting off the ground. And if you practice it enough, you can make it look pretty, with shadow, the right angle, you can make it look pretty intense. You can practice it in the mirror. Just do it at home. And again, Google search it, you'll find it. It's crazy.
I believe that, but I think he's got some videos where, it's multiple people watching it from some different angles.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Oh, those are plans.
There has to be at least a matchup from two angles, because you got the camera and then the view line of the person and the...
Yeah, it's called plants. He uses plants.
Yes,
Blaine
and he
uses
does
plans.
post.
So
Yeah,
the trick though is applicable for multiple directions. Like there's probably one certain place that you could see it and it just wouldn't look right, but you can look
Sure.
at it from multiple sides.
He might have a more updated version because David Blaine is very open about how he does his tricks. It's not real magic. He claims that, he like Darren Brown. He's very open, like, these are tricks. I'm tricking you. And what a lot of there's basically only basic tricks that people have fundamentally added onto. That's what magic tricks are. It all comes. It's like the 5 mother sauces of cooking, right? And from those 5 mother sauces, you can make every fucking dish on the planet, right? It's the same thing. There's like this base of tricks, and you can add on to them and modify them and personalize them. So yeah, David Blaine is one of the best. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's come up with a better way, right? Where it used to be only one angle, now he can do it to where it's a couple angles and make look incredible. I mean, that does not surprise me.
What was his last big feat? It was really cool.
I think he went up
the balloons
on YouTube. The balloons. Yeah, I think that was. Yeah,
that's right. I remember watching that live, and it was really fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
I liked the ice block one where he went bonkers after a few days.
I saw him in ice in New York. I actually saw him in person for that. I lived in Philly, and I went up there to see him in the ice. I mean, it was just like, there's a dude in ice. I didn't see him come out. I just saw him while he was in.
He was pretty still and uneventful while he was in there.
Have you seen where
he's crazy? He's like an endurance, right? Like his stuff is like it's not even magic. I mean, it's a whole nother feat. The stuff
Mind over matter.
Incredible. Yeah, mind over matter. It's honestly incredible the shit that he can do.
Yeah, he trained himself to suppress the choking reflex and can swallow and regurgitate different things at times. He can hold his breath for incredibly long underwater. That's an interesting part of all this. Like you were saying, Patrick, about the other contributing forces to some of the magic stuff. There were people who could stick swords through parts of their body and not bleed, and it was considered super extraordinary. But there were certain conditions that allowed that, medical conditions and other types of things, and conditioning. So it's important to have these discussions to weed out a lot of bullshit. With SRI and Stargate, it went on for 20 years, and they had auditors come in. And these were auditors who thought it was bullshit, tried to figure out.
Is it just me?
No, we lost him.
He went out.
No, we didn't.
Buddy!
Hey, is Gary Nolan full of shit, guys, or is he good?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Don't
shit.
ask Astral.
Oh, shit.
Well, I'm blocked by Gary Nolan, so there's that.
There's a bunch of videos out there, fam. Watch all them shits and decide for yourself. I think everybody has an opinion.
He's a legit scientist.
Definitely legit scientist. I mean, just his work alone with cancer research and the lives he saved is ridiculous. So I don't know how you take that away from the guy.
And I think the Soul Foundation, because I think he's one of the founding members of the Soul Foundation or whatever. I think that's...
Oh, yeah, that's his shit.
I think that's a pretty good group, too.
No, it's been completely disappointing in my eyes. I think the 2 most disappointing things in ufology for me have been Skywatcher and the fucking Soul Foundation.
And he was part of both.
What about...
I just don't think they're doing anything scientific. They're just writing white papers, and where have they been over the last year anyway? The Soul Foundation, we're doing conferences, and I don't know. I feel like if we're going to do, my expectation and hope was that the Soul Foundation was going to build the scientific field of UFO research, and they just have not done that at all, fortunately.
One thing Ashley's gonna whine about is Soul and Skywatch. 100%.
Did we already hate on Admiral Gallaudet?
Oh boy, let's go. I mean, what are you
I
thinking?
met both of those guys, and I prefer Gallaudet. He was cooler.
I don't know. I mean, what? My question is I saw that new email from Kirkpatrick saying that 2 people verified his meeting. Is he counting himself in those 2 people?
Probably.
No, it's 2 additional people I think he doesn't want to name.
Oh.
And I think one of them might have been named in the meeting. I was trying to, the first quote where I think it was Gallaudet names this guy. He names it like his full name. I was looking for him. I couldn't find anything online about this guy who they both acknowledge. Kirkpatrick just says his first name, but they said his name and as the person who brought him in or was in the meeting or something involved. And so, you know, that's like, you could tell that there were multiple meetings, right? Like there were multiple meetings that happened between all of this. Who was present and who can show what? I don't know if we're ever going to get. And that's the most frustrating part. We're just talking about a fucking meeting. Just meeting in the person with these 2 guys we can't even figure out. And we want to find evidence of aliens?
It's a perfect microcosm for this subject.
Hold on, you just interrupted Astral. His octave went up. He's about to get in.
Crash.
But we're dealing with arguments against authority, right? Like that's the real issue here is the establishment having the power to be able to laugh at someone like Tim Gallaudet. I mean, literally, I don't know if Sean laughed at him when he was talking to him, but it's just like Tim Gallaudet he just gets ridiculed for being a ghost guy, right? Saying he has ghosts in his house or something like that. I feel bad for him.
But the point about having corroborative data is an important one. If you really care about this topic, you know, the Tedesco brothers, Soul Foundation and, Skywatcher and other things, you would expect, you have a really high bar for, corroborative evidentiary value. The Tedesco brothers bring a lot of evidentiary value. We've spoken about in this room about corroborative data. That's what really furthers this stuff, the science, so I think it's very reasonable to kind of be on both sides, but want corroborative data, especially if you care about this topic, and it's out there. Some of it we're denied, some of it, it's just weird, all sorts of agendas.
Speaking of corroborative data, how we can confirm this meeting is getting submitting a FOIA for the Pentagon visitor logs.
Got Rustum up here. What's up? Oh, go ahead, Jess.
It just got quiet.
So, Astral, can I go off on a tangent for a minute?
Go off, King.
All right, so do you ever play the game where it's like you think you know they're an alien, right? So theoretically, my 2 highest suspects are the dudes that run this crypto. It's called Hedera. And if you look it up, Dr. Lehman Baird, he is a math genius. I'm talking Rain Man. He went to Carnegie Mellon and passed their computer science bachelor's or whatever the hell in the fastest time anyone's ever done it. And yeah, man, they actually build half the U.S. military Patriot missile systems and all the complex computers and shit for all of our air missile intelligence. Yeah, man, look those dudes up, man. I highly suspect.
What the hell is that on the target reveal? Is that like a vegetable or something?
It's like an octopus pumpkin or something.
It's I think it's considered a fruit. I think it's called Buddha's palm. Could be wrong.
Holy shit.
Hey, Astral, how are you?
What's up, man?
I just want to know, you guys, if Trump's promised UFO files end up being a total letdown, like nothing we didn't already know. Does that make you double down on your beliefs, or is that finally the moment you say, you know what, I'm done with this?
I think we're always expecting a nothing burger, right? I think
the first time a U.S. president would, U.S. president, has released something about the UFOs, which, we all want from the U.S. government to have. And, will you consider this finally a disclosure and say, okay, that's there, nothing there, and that's it?
I don't, man. This is more surface level for me. I don't see, because we're talking about Arrow leading the process. So if you think that Arrow is going to release disclosure in terms of evidence that's going to convince the public that extraterrestrials, they don't even acknowledge that extraterrestrials exist or that there's any evidence of it. So why would they release any videos that would confirm alien life? It doesn't square up to me.
I mean, at what point does the lack of proof become proof enough that...
Never, Rustum. On this train till I die, brother.
Like, we have proof. We have science.
Rustum, aren't you like a remote viewer? You're into some... Not in a bad way, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Do you not think that? Because I feel like if you think remote viewing is legit, I feel like UFOs is like...
I do that. I'm just wondering, because there's a lot of people out there who just want to believe, You talk to them and then you already, the very first second you speak with them, you know that, okay, these guys are already convinced and there is nothing there which can change their mind. And it's overzealous. I am a remote viewer, but I'm also being a little, skeptical. People can play you and trick you because, these politicians do all this nonsense stuff just to... I'm just, trying to see the point of view from guys that if there's nothing in substantial which you think, or they're hiding something, will it change anything? And let's say that Donald Trump says, okay, there is nothing, or these are the files, and that's the only thing I could find. What will be the next step? Because you have the president who order an official release of the document, and even a president can do this,
You think we're gonna get all the? You think we're gonna get all the UFO files, or we didn't get half the Epstein files? It's already baked into the equation to me that we're not gonna get everything.
I'm telling you, bro. And actually, I'm curious if is that it's still here? Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe you might have covered this already, but in the latest weaponized, talk about how they're the list of Paulina Luna, and so I feel like it's just gonna be a lot of public domain stuff that's kind of already been floating out there. And it's just going to be like an official release.
Yeah, bro, Corbell's
like
right behind the whole thing.
Yeah, well, he said overtly at this last... I was surprised no one clipped it. But he's like, we were the list, basically. He said it, like, straight up. That whole list was them. And even Reb Luna's, in some interviews lately, been talking about, like, some of these old videos. Like, she mentioned the pyramid video, the green one, recently. And it's like, remember, that was like a few years ago. Oh, shit, there's like a wild turkey in my path. Well,
get it.
Continue.
Corbell's still the high scorer, man. Like I told Panda, man, he puts points up on the board, even though you may not like it.
Get the turkey, Panda. Get the turkey. Grab it.
I think a couple of those videos
gobbled at me on the way here.
I think a couple of those videos have already been released. If you look at the list carefully, some of those videos have already been released.
Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, they helped put that list together. He said that in a couple of weaponized episodes.
Maybe the full length of those videos will be released. It's not just like a little clip or something.
Yeah, that's what I want. Dump the whole 40 minutes, whatever, how long that thing is up there floating around. Dump the whole shit.
I'm with experience. I want the director's cut. I want the raw cut. I want the whole thing. I don't, I'm on board with that. But if the problem is if you've been paying attention, Matt Laszlo from Ascapol did a report where he asked Representative Eric Burleson about those videos, and Eric Burleson said that they are preparing those videos, but to show to Congress, and they're probably not actually going to get released to the public. So, I'm not trying to burst anybody's bubble here, but I don't know if those videos are going to get released.
I think I saw somebody saying there was 2 briefings that happened, last week or the week before, where they showed there was some videos shown that they said were undeniable or whatever. So yeah, those videos maybe we don't get to see then. But I'm not mad at the fact that people behind the scenes see them. Fine, if that's what, takes to get the ball moving, go ahead. And Nab did allude to the fact that if we didn't get the videos we wanted, that they would potentially leak out somehow anyways. So there's that.
That's a good point.
Get big, Red Panda. Get big.
He's got to wrestle that turkey first.
Almost got me. Hey, can I ask Paul Vidal? Not to make it the whole space about that, but people are curious. Paul, what's your take, bro, as a member of the Experiencer group? Everything being said and done.
Yeah. I was just going to sort of, I came up here to kind of respond to Rustum about like lack of proof and stuff like that, but I'll just say my piece on that I think that some things are hard to prove. We don't know actually like what type of proof that Rep Luna actually has. I kind of agree with people that we should expect a nothing burger for the most part when it comes to this stuff. So that's really all I popped up for. But I don't know, to comment on the Experiencer group. I don't know. It's just really fucking sad. I'm glad that Kelly made a response. I'm really just waiting for Jay to hopefully make a statement himself. Also, I will just say that, if you look at the posts from other folks who are covering that whole thing, like Science Bob and Linda Thompson, Courtney Marcassani, I think that some other people need to take accountability for spreading rumors. And yeah, it's not just as simple as like one bad actor, but yeah, really devastating. Jay is like was a pillar of the community. He's still somebody whom I really admire in many ways. And it's just, I think, a really big blow to the scene.
Do you think it's all true?
What do you mean by all true?
What do you think he actually did? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. What's being allegated is, I can just say, like, from my observation, lots of alcohol-induced accusations about people, being feds or bad actors. I saw some of that behavior, and that's not great on its own. At the same time, there are a lot of just like straight up like feds and bad actors in this scene. So I can see, under the influence of alcohol and stuff, like just getting really paranoid about that.
You never saw any behavior that made you think that they do that in the Experiencer group, like a funnel?
A funnel for what?
Some people are trying to paint it into a NXIVM situation.
Oh, the sexual stuff. Yeah, no, I never saw any of that, but Kelly says that she saw the evidence. I tend to believe her. I mean, I wouldn't put it at like NXIVM level. I don't think we're looking at like some cult bullshit, but if that stuff is true, yeah, that's really bad behavior, which needs to be like Jay needs to take accountability if that's true.
It's giving me coordinated smear campaign vibes. But if it comes out true, then obviously disavow. But I don't know.
I don't think it's just
I
coordinated.
mean, Paul, you've been around
I-
the block. You've seen coordination like this before, right? Like, you've been around the block. You've seen some of these different little campaigns that
Yeah.
get launched on people.
That's kind of what I was getting at. I wouldn't call it like a.
Cut out for me? I don't know.
Yes.
Paul Vidal, you cut out for everyone.
I don't know, man, but don't you think him being canceled from all this stuff like has a little bit more meaning to it?
What, Spectre Vision? Did anyone even know what that was before 2 days ago?
Nice.
I'm not even trying to be a dick, but like these like organizations pop up to like add to. I'm telling you, some of these campaigns can be very sophisticated. And the thing they even talked about a few months ago, right? That was their big like, her words, worse than getting sexually assaulted, her dad dying, and getting kidnapped, was about like a big group of people coordinating to do some weirdo shit. So, curious, a few months after that, this happens. This happened like 3 or 4 years ago, but now all of a sudden, a few months after they dropped that info, now it's like a whole thing.
Have you had him in one of your spaces, Panda? Jay King?
No, but I was listening on Anon while I was at the gym. We're back at the gym, yo. Crew's life is over. But he said that he was drunk as fuck every time.
Dude, he came into 2 of my spaces. The 2 times he came in, he was hammered, dude. I was like, wow. But he came in, and we started peppering him with questions. I wish I could go back and know what space it was. We started peppering him with questions, though. We were like, oh shit, he's hammered. Like, but it was just kind of like, you know, and I think people being so surprised, I think that's another thing, is like, oh, like this is such a shock. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I saw my the only one and only time I saw my contact leader, the dude was hammered, calling people out, acting wild, man. And so I think like for people to be so shocked, especially the inside crew of people who are like, look, man, Kelly Chase can post whatever, but you were like the partner. So it's for somebody like that to come out and to be so ingrained in the community, like that's the thing that is very frustrating and disruptive to me, is this group and everything around them was so ingrained in the community, and now all of a sudden it's like everybody's distancing themselves when this guy was so integral to a lot of the things that were going on with this experiencer group.
Well, it's crazy. It's like a 2-1 punch, because, I mean, they'll both probably be fine, big term, but like, you know, they kind of got, this is a wedge they're able to use to drive between them. Now, you know, she's said publicly she's a victim of sexual assault, so there's probably like an emotional tie for her to like be on the side against him. Yeah, but it honestly just kind of brings her down because they've been together for so long. And like, I don't know. And now there's already people saying, like that one other podcaster I'd never even heard of, but he's like, well, Jay King was a piece of shit to me.
Well, you hear Science Bob's story,
like,
you know, where my boy stepped back in the karate stance and he was ready to fucking, you know, whatever, you know, do a little back spin kick.
Got down a crouching tiger.
But you hear all these stories, you know, like I guarantee you can go back and be like, well, you know, there was that one time, just like I'm talking about with the James Fox, like the only time that I met him, guy was drunk at the bar in the middle of Contact in the Desert trying to start some shit. And so I think once you start looking, and it's kind of like looking the other way of like, oh, you know, it's whatever, of like, you know, and that's the concerning part is all of this stuff with the ufology shit. Like, oh, you know, Tim Gallaudet, he might have lied about this, whatever, you know, it's like cool from the disclosure side, it's all good.
What's bad is, and we'll get back to policies back, is that it was sad because every time people go to Contact in the Desert, like his was one of the ones that people talk about the most, is like, oh, this is actually pretty cool, good vibes.
Yeah, that's what Kim Stroll was talking. Kim Stroll. That's what Kim Stroll was talking about. And even his favorite part was the experiencer group, and which is a good idea, bro, to like have a group where people can just like spaces of like talk about their experiences and like feel like a safe place for people to share.
Yeah, with like a less of the zoo vibe of spaces, of just like anyone could just watch you, like your own little close thing. But also that's where it could get shady too, right?
I think that's the biggest tragedy, at least when it comes to Contact, is those groups not happening anymore. I really think somebody should step up. Like, I literally just want to like fucking host them myself.
You were about to say something right before you dropped, though. Do you remember what it was?
Talking about, well,
you're about to spill some major tea.
Never mind. I thought he was talking about the proof thing.
Oh, I mean, I have no idea why it got dropped. I think my app is fucked. But
No, we were talking about the coordination thing, and you were saying it's not coordinated.
Oh, yeah.
You've been around the block.
I think,
isn't it? It kind of feels coordinated a few months after their little thing, you know.
I wouldn't call it coordinated. I think that there's just complications here, where Jay makes accusations, maybe under the influence of alcohol, and then those rumors get spread, and then other people start spreading rumors, and then they don't want to take accountability. I feel, I don't want to call it names, but like the people who are kind of inserting themselves into this whole narrative, I think need to take some accountability themselves.
Science Bob? Red Panda?
Yeah, Science Bob. I'm going to get blocked by all these people now, just as I fucking name them. But yeah.
Let it happen. Tell us your
Did
truth.
You see we're in the weeds now, bro, but fuck it. The counter, Me Too against Science Bob today, where UFO Sarah and fucking Courtney Marcus Asani are like, well, Science Bob's lied about me at very, very strange sus times, or lied to me, or... So that's another reason I'm like, well, it's kind of weird.
Bob is
I'm not saying that the accusations are false. I think that they are probably true. It's more so I take issues with people who took part in spreading these, allegations that Jay was making, calling people feds, calling James Fox a fed, but also calling other people feds, like, Anthony Miller. And then other people spread this kind of shit. And then they come out, trying to, wash their hands of it.
Since we're here and we're on our fifth space of this today, Mike brought up a good point earlier of this, and that's the other thing too, that one podcaster I was going to say was bringing up, where now it's being turned into this narrative of there's this whole apparatus basically designed around Jay that allowed this to happen for so long, which, I mean, that could also be a big blow to a bunch of people if that's true. That's hopefully
Lyndon
not true.
Thompson said she's known about stuff since 2022 about J. Christopher King. I mean, what did she know since 2022?
The only thing that Linda knew, if I were to speculate, and again, I'm going to get blocked by Linda, fuck it.
No loss.
Fucking, dude, addiction is a real thing. We have a lot of alcoholics within this field, and I'm a person who struggled with that myself, and I think Jay crashed out a lot. Astral, you saw it at Contact last year. You and I were there together. We fucking saw it. So if Linda witnessed anything, it was not some... I think it was probably just Jay crashing out. Which, again, I don't necessarily condemn him for that. I hope he... finds help, gets his shit together. I hate terminology oh, I hope he finds help, but truly, the more troubling stuff are the sexual allegations, which I know nothing about.
I hope the women that he's fucked up don't need help and have to pay for it out of their own pocket and all this shit. You know what I mean? How traumatized some of them might be. I'm concerned about that too.
Dude, I'm concerned about Shay's partner, Sherry, who I have gotten to know better than Jay too. Of course, I'm deeply concerned about these women. I just I don't know the extent or really anything about it. Kelly made a statement that there have been sort of vague statements from other people like Bob, and that's all just going to have to come out before anything can be done about it. But yeah, if that's true, preying on people within your group, your experience or group, yeah, it's super shitty.
I think all leadership needs to resign. You know what I mean? I think Kelly needs to step down, because she said she knew about this. She said she initially didn't believe it. So I would like to know the timeline of when she was aware to when she actually, acted on it.
I mean, my sort of take there is like not believing it. Okay, so, like, did Kelly know about it? Probably not. I don't think anybody really knew about this shit. I didn't know about it. And
She said she got text messages, or well, she said she
but later on she did, but she didn't believe them. What I'm trying to say is, like, James Ian Doley has spoken about this. Daniel Elizondo, Omega Point, has spoken about this. Other people, I've been around these conferences. I didn't know about any of this shit at all. What I did know about was, these weird, like, crashing out moments and shit like that. So the only thing that I take question with, that I question regarding Kelly's statement is when she got these texts and says that she initially didn't believe them, that I question.
So Mike said too.
I agree.
Yeah, James Iandoli responded to my post, which is probably a little harsh, of like relating to all, like, do I think all the people who knew and worked with him knew about this stuff? Absolutely not. But I think there were signs there, like, people who were close to him were probably seeing some concerning patterns and shit that was going on. Like, yo, is everything good? Or, you just fucking attacked and called out James Fox as a Fed in the middle of the whole conference. Like, this might be a problem.
It kind of goes back to what we were saying before about the community policing itself. If we really find this topic and its importance, to be relevant. And it's a tough thing to do to police. There's all these different things that can be going on. Panda was talking about, how there's different groups with agendas that can be, and people, pushing different perspectives. But ultimately, I think we can do, and we are doing a better job. Just this conversation is fucking awkward, but I think it's actually really important. It's the same thing with, like, Soul and other groups. We want corroborative data. We want to police ourselves. We care about the integrity of this shit. And I think that speaks well of us, And,
or when Skywatcher was kind of preying on people in weird ways. That's the thing, right? Because, like, this kind of in the weeds. Some would even say it's drama. I don't know. It could be considered that. But it's like, I feel like we didn't talk about it at all. And, like,
what do you mean? I'm so bitter, bro. They didn't invite me. I'm fucking bitter about that shit. They didn't invite me to their retreat.
It almost felt like I was hiding under the rug.
Dude, they got old vet Shane and Jared, and they didn't invite me, bro.
They didn't invite you to what? To Saul?
No, the Skywatcher thing, the initial, psionics or whatever. When they invited everybody from the community, and they were inviting a bunch of people.
You gotta step up on your psionics,
right,
bro.
I know. Damn.
Astral, you got to get 100K followers, bro. You know that. That's the only way this is going to work. 100K, bruv.
I mean, I think a lot of this stuff just kind of speaks to, like, the weird nature of the UFO community, of, like, people view themselves as celebrities when this is, like, truly just such a small little niche community. And people even get, like, 1 ounce of micro celebrity status, and all of a sudden they start, getting too big for their britches, or even abusing their power, and all, spreading rumors, you name it. Like, it's such a fucked up little cottage industry.
I mean, it's typical of anything when it comes to that. Like, I work with a lot of athletes, I work with entertainers, work with developing artists. And I always just kind of warn the young guys of the pitfalls: sex, drugs, money, and fame. Fame is just as an addictive portion of any of those guys, and just as lethal. The fame, or even the perception of fame, could fuck somebody's head up. I've seen it happen constantly, so this is no different.
Yeah, and sometimes people have experiences or exposures and then speak about motives and things beyond their personal experiences. And, we take greater credibility, or give evidentiary value to that when it's not directly corroborated by their own, original testimonies, and you can see how some people could have an experience, a legitimate experience, and then because of that attention or all these other different motives, try and profiteer, try and, lead, try and be the exclusive adjudicators of what's really going on. And ultimately, this shit's a fucking mystery on many levels. It's a fucking mystery. We should be like scientists and gather data and, be scrutinous and, it's kind of self-evident in some ways, but it's a tough fucking field.
This
I
is the
wanted
case
to,
across the board.
I wanted to hit up Experience. I know you had your Grush space. What's your thoughts on him? Because Grush seemed a little bit different to me his last appearance. I don't know. I felt like it was different.
Well, I kind of touched on that in my space. I feel like this interview was very much geared towards the conference that they were speaking from, which was the Space Symposium. Most of the people that were attending there were ex-military. He said there was a lot of uniforms and a lot of government contractor shit. So Grush wasn't talking the normal disclosure stuff. He was talking about upgrading our weapon systems so we can catch signatures, so we can put this into the architecture of everything moving forward. It was very technical, more so than just regular disclosure talk. I think it was just geared towards those people. That's why it sounded a little different.
He did for the first time mention like the hard truths to swallow kind of bit we've heard from other people. I thought that was kind of interesting.
But also,
I
can
think the
you?
whole-
Sorry,
the whole thing
I
is
just want to say.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that you also have to understand the perspective of the person. You know, if you are David Grush, let's say you assume you are David Grush, and you say these, all the allegations he made. Nothing is happening around you, but mostly what you hear is the negative stuff, because all sorts of people will start blaming you and say, well, you are either a government agent. Some of them will support you a lot, and there's a continuous bombardment of information coming towards you and full of emotions, and it also sometimes winds you down, because this is I have a lot of respect for the people who have experiences or have this information, because they are living in a society which is hostile. So the Astral, it could be he's simply, he's tired because he's continuously bombarded from all sides, from friends and from foes. So we also have to understand this part of the psychology of a person who is either an experiencer or who knows something and he can't tell you, or is prohibited in certain ways to explain certain things. So we may have to give them a little chance to, for me, if I don't know if I could live with this kind of pressure, continuous 24-hour pressure when I go out, and people look at me and they're expecting some kind of miracle or information which can change their lives. I don't know I could do this. So maybe David Grush is feeling that kind of emotions right now.
That was interesting. It told me I was muted, but I heard Rustem the whole time. It was like, awesome. He broke right through that mute.
There's no way Grush feels that much pressure, though. And I think the one thing that keeps me grounded in all of the Grush stuff is Eric Burleson hasn't found shit yet. Like, that's the most frustrating part is Burleson has explored so much. He's like me when I first learned about the UFOs, and he's like digging into he's going to see the Boogosphere. He's visiting Area 51. He's going to the fucking bunkers. You know what I'm saying? Like he's hanging out with Greer. He's hanging out with Michael Batista. He's he's going and seeing orbs with Chris Bledsoe. He's like doing all that. And yet a couple months ago he came out and was like, I still haven't seen any evidence of anything that I believe is to be alien. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, but again, it goes back to like proof versus evidence. Like some shit is just really hard to prove. Just like basic scientific things are hard to prove, especially like hypothetically if there is a higher intelligence or whatever interacting with us, like by nature that's going to be hard to prove. I personally do put a lot of stock into experiencers, but only from a phenomenological lens, right? That like people are experiencing things. It's just, if you're looking for proof of extraterrestrial life or engagement on Earth, I think that's going to be hard to pin down.
Yeah, I agree. I think Burleson did say that, he hadn't seen proof that it was aliens or anything like that. But he did say in a podcast that he's seen enough now where he knows for a fact that there is technology that's far beyond anything he knows that we have in our military or any other military. So he did say that. But yeah, he's said he's not seen any evidence that it's alien. So he seems to be just leaving the door wide open to it could be anything.
I mean, he did say Matthew Sullivan saw the bodies and saw the craft. I mean, what do you think he's...
Yeah.
Who, Sullivan?
Supposedly. That's what Burleson said, that he saw the craft, saw the bodies.
No, he was legacy. That's a legacy insider, firsthand witness. That's the guy that, to me, is the key.
And then they just left it to the wolves.
But even if, like, let's say you had that kind of access, I always go back to the point that Dylan Borland made at the most recent hearing of the language surrounding this stuff. You know, Arrow constantly using the term extraterrestrial, Susan Gao refusing to reframe her language when Christopher Sharp asked if she could rephrase it from ET to non-human intelligence. I think that these things are, to prove the existence of something extraterrestrial is nearly impossible.
Did Burleson also mention that he knows the location of that giant UFO Ross Coulthard mentioned before? Is it accurate? I didn't hear.
Yeah, I think he knows. He's got the
information. Astral, where's it at? Holla at your boy.
What, Ross? I don't know.
Spill the beans.
Where does Vetted think it's at?
Astral,
I know you probably looked into this a bunch
know.
of times.
Got the UFO too big to move?
No, we tried
guess.
to. Oh, where is it? Isn't it North or South Korea or something?
South Pole. South Pole.
South Korea.
South Pole, where there is North.
That's what Greer's saying. And they're talking about the same thing. You had Burleson and Greer on the same panel on Newsmax where Burleson's like, I can't say where it is, and then Greer's like, it's in South Korea. And Burleson's like, oh god damn, like puts his head down, like fucking A. Like so yeah, what does it mean? I don't know.
I mean, that's the rumor, but then you also have these rumors about the fucking South Pole with Linda Moulton Howe.
Yeah.
It's
But that's the main back channel rumors, the South Korea thing.
Correct.
That's probably the initial, Ross Coulthard thing.
But rumors.
Which, probably bullshit, right? I don't know. Maybe.
I would say it may be real, but rumor.
Well, we had
definitely rumor.
A very interesting remote viewing session a couple of months ago where I tasked some guys just to put this question in front of them. Okay, can you tell me where the location of this giant UFO? And the impression we got, you get this impression of places, how this place looked like. It appeared, if you match this, the South Pole, where there's also a station, I think some kind of Scott Amundsen installation from the US government. And according to the data we get from these blind targets, yes, that it could be under the South Pole. It's deep under the ice, and it's really huge. So
when you talk about blind targets, you're referring to remote viewing?
Yes.
Which I don't discount whatsoever. I do think there's something to that, but a blind target that is not verifiable is just not verifiable.
And there's also cases like Lukatsky, who ran the OSAP program, who says he walked into the craft. There's some interesting cases, but also I think Paul brings up a really great point. There's a lot of semantic weird shit going on here. A lot of people can't speak about things. Grush had a legitimate IG complaint that said it was imperative and urgent, and I forget the other phrase, but denied some of. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, brother. So there's a lot of things going on, and we have to admit what we don't know and what some people can't say, and that there's obfuscation, and then we project our beliefs onto things. It's demons! It's all demons!
And dude, this is why I really personally value like personal testimony over some of this other shit in many cases. That's not to say that personal testimony, especially like personal opinions about experiences, should be taken at face value. But I think that we have a lot more data or like, I don't know, like data to be gained from people's phenomenological experiences than we do this other shit. Like what I like fully believe is that there is some sort of like seemingly NHI technology taking place and interacting with people. Some of it is probably human based as well. Some of it at the very least appears to be non-human. I can say that from personal experience. And yeah, I don't know, like I feel weird saying this, but I feel like we need to some extent take some of the emphasis off of the whole material kind of proof thing, you know, like don't rely on people, you know, showing you where the UFO is buried in South Korea or the South Pole, and just listen to the massive amounts of testimony from people who I personally believe, even if I don't believe their interpretation. That's what this.
I think we have to find a new way to show it scientifically. Honestly, bro, that's the only way to me to go forward with this is a way to create a field of study, which is based off data collection of stuff that we can study and look at with different high censored data, where we're getting multiple sets of data, multiple experiencers, where we're not relying on video anymore. And I think once we can start to build the field of scientific study, that's the only way, you know, like right now, the whole entire field is driven on journalism and sensationalism and all of that shit. And now it's a lot of politics, you know, a lot of the clips that I've been sharing, it's just fucking, it's Luna, Burchett, and Burleson. Like, that's it. That's the UFO topic right now. And I think that my main frustration is like, in the beginning of 2026, we were looking at, we need to shift away from disclosure. Like Carl Nell was basically saying, fucking disclosure's dead. Like disclosure's done. Okay, like this path, the UAPDA, it hasn't been working out. There needs to be some sort of way. And it was kind of like the general consensus from a lot of people was, let's create a field of study, which is based off of data collection and sensors and multi-data, you know, like platforms that we can prove that this is actually happening right now, you know, not like anything evidence-wise. And as soon as the Obama-Trump shit happened, it was a total shift of, okay, disclosure's back. Like, we're going to get all this files. Like, the UFO files, we're going to finally fucking get them. And it's just all this, like, we haven't gotten fucking shit. We haven't gotten anything.
Yeah, but Astral, Carl Nell also, after saying that, you know, disclosure is dead or whatever, went to Archives of the Impossible, did this big presentation. I spoke to him personally multiple times about this and dove into phenomenology and epistemology. And I swear, I'm not trying to use big words here. It's just that Carl Nell himself, you know, like, is acknowledging that there are multiple levels to these things. Like, I think I totally agree with you, Astral. I think it's a both and situation. We need, you know, repeatable, verifiable scientific data, but we also need to recognize our potential limitations when it comes to attaining said data. Just in very simple terms, the scientific process operates on repeatable experiments. If there is hypothetically a, you know, higher intelligence in which we are the experiment, you cannot necessarily expect that the experiment is going to be able to prove the existence of the experimenter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and also in science, you gather data a bunch of data before drawing conclusions? And how often have we brought in psychologists to the Skywatcher group or to Soul or to other experiences? How often have we brought statisticians in? I forget the name of the foundation that came together and did the Beyond UFO, Edgar Mitchell group, the Beyond UFO studies with top experts in doing kind of a statistical analysis. Things like
free research.
Free, yeah. So all these things, I think this discussion is part of it. Bob is creating equipment that can help grab some of this corroborative scientific sensor data like Astro and I and many others have wanted, that we see with the Tedesco brothers. And it's not going to fucking come from the government. We're ridiculous and preposterous in the premise that we're going to get it when we see the history. Remember 1952, the Washington flyover, multiple radar contacts, jet fighters following craft, and they didn't get results afterwards. There's obfuscation from the congressional investigations, Project Grudge, Blue Book, on and on. We know that there are these different competing agendas within the government that disincentivize revealing the truth. We know the Brookings Institute said it would be too traumatic for society. We know that there's black projects that are being covered because they don't want the public going out and looking around Area 51 in secret sites to see advanced drone projects like Doty admitted he was covering for and likely still was when he came into our community. So, these discussions I think are fucking great. This is the pivotal shit. And like they did with the Stargate program and the auditors who came in from different departments of the government wanting to find out if this was real or not, they said, you know what? You have to experience it. So they made the auditors do the procedures and experience the extraordinary. And, we don't have to have the power and propulsion systems. We can see some physical shit, but there's so much going on here. It's so dynamic. We're not getting all the data. What about the radar data from the Nimitz case alone? The other corroborative data, it's our expectations have to be, I think adjusted.
I'd like to not necessarily push back, but maybe offer a different perspective.
If I could play devil's advocate, there you go.
Not even necessarily devil's advocate. It's just, I think personal testimony is the least reliable form of data collection, right? That's why scientists don't come in and say, well, I saw this experiment and it worked. They don't care what you saw, right? So not to say that those people's personal experience aren't valuable, but I don't think that's a way to move forward. And then the idea that, well, we have to come to this idea that, capturing the phenomena or getting data collection or evidence of it is just so complicated because it's this other thing, and we have to come to the realization that we may be looking at it differently. But we don't know that. So, but what we do know is that there is a scientific method that we've been using for a long time, and we can all see the benefits of it from the world around us. We're literally on Twitter right now, right? So the best foot forward until another thing is true would be to just move forward with the scientific method that is accepted by the global scientific community, and try that first, right? The same old standard protocols that we use to collect data. That just hasn't even happened yet. So until that happens, and then there's decades of research, and then maybe scientists start to say, you know what, we've got to change the way we look at this topic because we can't approach it the same way we have for everything else, right? That would make sense. But to do that right off the bat before we've even done anything is kind of a cop-out for me, because I see that a lot with UFO experience as well. Well, it's just too complicated, Patrick, right? It's a whole different thing. We got to look at it differently. Well, why? Where's the proof of that? These are nice theories, and I don't think Carl Nell knows anything more than anybody. I don't trust anyone that tries to tell me, this is complicated, this is layered. You don't know shit. No, nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
Okay. So I completely agree. Primarily that nobody knows what is going on. When I mentioned the whole Carl Nell thing is that at Archives of the Impossible, specifically where I was present, he laid out the entire spectrum. He was not just focusing on phenomenology and experiences. He was saying, like, basically what you're saying, that yes, like, first and foremost, we should try to test theories and experiments and see what type of scientific data we can possibly glean. I also, like, I think you're a little bit misunderstanding, at least what I'm trying to say. I think it's a both and situation. I agree. We should not put the cart before the horse and just, like, believe all experiencers, or take any of that stuff at face value. Nor do I think that we should assume that it is the case that we cannot gather, hard scientific data. In fact, I personally think that certain people somewhere, within the government or whatever, probably have, like, scientific data. I am just saying that acquiring that data is difficult, and that we need to approach it from both angles. We should not completely throw the baby out with the bathwater. We should consider, not assume, but consider the possibility that it may be a case of asymmetrical, not warfare, but like asymmetrical sort of a situation where we might be at a disadvantage of being able to capture these phenomena within, a repeatable scientific experiment, while also, like you said, like, first and foremost, we should be trying to, like, do the opposite and actually really demonstrate these things repeatably on a scientific level. I just it seems, and I'm not trying to, like, throw aspersions here, but I just feel like maybe you're somewhat, like, entirely throwing the baby out with the bathwater, or disregarding experiencers or experiences, whereas I am just trying to sort of bridge the gap.
I'll respond real quick. I'm not trying to go, argue this. No, of course I'm not throwing out experiences. I think I'm being misunderstood as well here then as well. So maybe there's just a lack of communication. I think there's many ways to skin a cat. So I'll support anybody's cause that's taking their own time, energy, resources, putting together a group and doing it however they want. People do whatever they want, right? Any groups can get started and start trying to collect data any way they want. Don't give a fuck. They want to do experiencers, great. They want to do this, they want to do that. It's no problem. And in no way am I saying that experiencers or their experiences are nothing. I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What I'm saying is that by even, it seems like a cop-out sometimes that I hear in this community to, well, we can't really go down the scientific method road because we also have to consider that it could be this other thing. I get what you're saying. You're saying, let's do both. I don't disagree with that. I think we can do more than both. I think there's many ways to go about it. But until we've exhausted the scientific method for decades, in my opinion, across the globe and get it accepted in such a way, I think trying to basically, I think it undercuts the scientific method by saying, well, this is hard to capture and we can't get it this way. And we can't do the regular way we capture data, right? So if experiencers are having experiences, they're great. Those are stories, but how do we turn that into usable data that can be repeated, right? So it becomes tangential. Again, personal experience is the least reliable data point. So it in no way is it diminishing it, but I don't know how much to rely on that to really bring it into the scientific community. You know what I'm saying? But I think we're kind of saying the same thing in the sense that let's do it all. Let's do it all. Let's do this. Let's do that. You got an idea? Go for it. I say do it all. I do see a lot of people trying to dismiss the scientific method. That's not going to work. Well, wait a second. We haven't even tried it yet. right? So
Totally. The only place that I disagree is saying that it is the least reliable. I would just quantify it as another form of data in the same way, in a court of law, as everybody says, witness testimony is crucial. So from a scientific viewpoint, yes, witness testimony is perhaps the least reliable, but from my perspective, it may be utterly crucial.
I get it, but that's personal to you, right? So, but I get what you're saying, but that's a personal thing. And scientists, imagine if science was run off personal experience. It's not how it
Well,
works.
I'm not talking about science. I'm just saying in general, again, in a court of law, that we do need to take these things into account. And I'll just say one last thing. When David Grush, as we were talking about, was saying that there's I forget his exact words, that there's some uncomfortable quote unquote truths at play here. Potentially that may point towards kind of what I suspect, and maybe I'm biased, what I've experienced, what I've talked to people about, that there are generally elements at play in these encounters or events, which to some extent have been scientifically documented, like UFO witnessing and things like that, where it does bring into account things that science has not really been able to grapple with very well, like consciousness. And I know that sounds really woo or whatever, but I'm just saying that even if science is able to kind of prove that there is even a there, from my opinion, and I think David Grush's opinion, it's going to open a Pandora's box of other issues which are not readily studyable right now, perhaps from a scientific perspective. And now I'm going to shut up.
I got two things I could bring up. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Maybe just because we beat this horse to death, although it is interesting, but maybe we'll do that one first. The Deputy White House Chief of Staff just shared that clip of Trump from talking about the documents, yesterday, with an alien emoji. So I find that fairly interesting. Dan Scavino, let me try and put that up in the nest.
Aliens.gov, bro.
When's that site coming out, huh?
I'm sorry for beating this horse.
If it isn't UFO related, this is all just so insult. If it's evidence of this shit's never gonna happen. If they're just toying it with this, and it's all about nice or something. But
it's just not. I totally agree. It's going to be just a bunch of videos that are probably mostly in the public domain, or not anything that we can really get our hands around. I mean, because why would they?
Go ahead, Paul.
I think the president in the race to disclose before the Steven Spielberg's movie comes out, he doesn't like to be a second one.
If we listen to David Grush, we know that they value these programs and they are protected by billions of dollars, very possibly, right? There's you know what I mean? We don't know how much money these guys spend in security on these programs. So the idea that they're somehow going to just blow the security on the programs that they're running and kind of just out them is counterintuitive financially for them. I just don't see them doing it.
Can I jump in?
That's what I was saying.
Is that okay?
Yeah, why would they?
Yeah.
Yes, UFO Sarah, please do. And resend the co-host, bro. I saw it and I missed it.
Is that okay? Sorry. I just wanted to, I had two thoughts and I wanted to share if that's okay. Hi, Astral. Great conversation.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, everyone. Two things. So the one thing is the witness testimony. Now, I have a thing with that because I did the deep dive into Kennedy 20 million years ago, and the witness testimony on the day that Kennedy is shot is one of the greatest witness testimonies ever. And then, continuously throughout that entire I don't even know what you would call it. If you were to investigate that entire thing and you were to deep dive into all of the people that, were involved in the web and the string, you have all of this witness testimony. And it's fantastic because it's like truthful and it all leads to the same conclusion, obviously that Oswald didn't do it. Like, let's just put that out there, right? So when you say that, it's like when you have, before I came into the community, I didn't really listen to experiencers. I would every now and then hear about certain things. But since I've been in the community for over 2 years, it's like once you hear so many stories and experiences and people that have never talked to each other that are sharing something that is like, 2 different time periods, but it's very similar. And, you hear like, it's like ongoing. And you begin to start to think like, witness testimony does matter. It does matter, especially like during an assault, witness. If there's a witness testimony to that assault, that does matter. And I don't think that should be belittled. So that is number one. And number two is if we just say that this is all real, right? Let's just say it's all fucking real, the whole thing. Then scientific method, et cetera, is like, what do you think disclosure is? You know what I mean? Like, they've already done it. They've already, if it's real, let's just say, and the tic tac is ours, we're just messing around with it. They've already done it. So what does disclosure look like to you at that point? Then you have to look at it in that way. That way isn't going to be like, oh, they gave us a piece of scrap metal. Let's get some scientific method on it. I mean, like, it's going to be like, here's the shit. I mean, that's real disclosure. Real disclosure is going to be them wheeling stuff out. And, I mean, like that to me would be real disclosure. And anything other than that is just, like they're just prolonging the shit. If we have to go down to, and I'll land my plane here, scientific, like our scientists getting a piece of scrap metal and then getting to go through it. That's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not disclosure. That's them not disclosing and making us think like we're getting something.
These aerospace companies supposedly have a whole different level of, knowledge on physics. I mean, if you listen to Hal Puthoff when he was talking to Eric Weinstein, that's what he said. And I mean, that's what Grush has kind of indicated too, is that, the science, the idea that there is no science to support the existence of UFOs can be disproven in multiple ways. But I mean, one of the ways is to say that, yeah, you know what, the science is there, it's suppressed. I realize that's a convenient excuse, but there's definitely data points that indicate that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, I know maybe not everyone likes Bob Lazar, but if you believe in anything that Bob Lazar has said, it's very possible that they are working on UFOs, do have science, do have the scientific method working. And it's just a matter of them getting it out to the white world.
Yeah, and I would just add that, like, Eric Weinstein, like, I feel so bad for him because, well, I don't. If none of this is true, then I don't feel bad for him at all. Like, he should obviously be a physicist that's allowed to look at stuff, right? But if all of this is true, then we're talking like 1933 Magenta, Foo Fighters, you know what I mean? Like Los Angeles, lights or whatever, the lights over the White House. We're talking like Benny and Barney Hill. Betty and Barney Hill. Yes. You know what I mean? Like you're talking like all these things are real. It's like, Eric, then unfortunately, like with like such like love in my heart, they didn't need you. They've already cracked it. It's already done. It's a done deal. Like, you're sitting here and like, why don't they need the physicists? Maybe they don't need you. Like, hike down your ego. You know what I mean? Like that's like, it's like this small line of like thinking where it's like, sometimes I just don't understand like why we can't just crack open the box and go outside of it for a while. Why can't we be creative and step outside of this small societal way of thinking? Because this is much larger than, when David Grush is like, this is layered. It's like, yeah, this thing is fucking layered. Because you also have trafficking of people, child MK Ultra shit. Like, you're talking people being murdered. Like, this is levels of stuff that goes, sorry,
right.
Babbling. Yeah.
No, I agree. I was going to say, hey, don't you agree? Because you looked into this too. The fact that Burleson's out here talking about
Amy Eskridge, and the fact that Grush has been around him for like a year and a half, like, should tell people something, I think. Or I don't know, maybe I put too much on the Grush thing, but I just feel like pretty much everything you hear from Burleson, especially if he's like hammering it home, it's probably been co-signed by Grush, for better or worse, you know? So as just a gauge of like maybe what's real and what's not, you know? Like a lot of people like to discredit it, but Burleson's talking about it 3 years later. What else?
I kind of imagine
even
like
just-
the
yeah.
Burleson Grush thing, like I don't imagine it being like the two of them in like a room and like Grush is like, yeah, that's okay to say. You know what I mean? Like,
I think he conference calls in for everything,
On
and
a-
it's like
no,
one
no,
day
no,
a
he
week. No,
probably
I'm not
is
even
Zoom
kidding. I don't think
on a Thursday
he lives in
too.
DC.
Right,
Yeah.
right. No, I'm following. But what I also see though is like there's other people in Burleson's ear. You know what I mean? And staffers who have been there for a while, who are seasoned, who have dealt with the Pentagon, know what they're up against. Like people that know what Trump wants, that know what Peter Thiel wants, that know what, you know what I mean, the moneymakers want. How's the war going? When would we want to do this? You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's kind of like this salad of a thing that happens around Burleson, and maybe he's created such a good relationship with Grush that he can like lean on him, but I don't know their relationship.
Well, just look at other whistleblowers like Jeff Nusatelli, who, allegedly saw this, I guess, like multiple crafts, like over a site, a military, base. He doesn't have the data, the sort of, he doesn't know. He saw something. Surely somebody knows what that thing was, or at least somebody, rather, maybe if they don't know what it was, let me dial that back, that they have some sort of data on it.
Of course they do.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. To I think about the Amy thing, it ties into with Sullivan thing. Is Vetted still? I love Vetted. Vetted, I know Vetted does deep dives. We all do. We're all too into this topic. But Vetted, what's your read on the Sullivan situation? Consume everything. I know.
Yeah, it's well, it's nuanced like all of this. And real quick, I just want to say that I wasn't belittling personal experiences, so I just want to make that clear. If that's what people thought, I apologize.
Oh, you done it now?
That's not what that's not my intention. So just giving my opinion, like everyone else, not trying to make it personal.
We had a whole documentary about personal experiences, right? Coming out,
Yeah.
like a full-length
Yeah,
film,
I spent
right?
4 months.
I didn't think you were doing that at all.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure that that's that's clear. I would never do that. I care about this just like everyone else. I just have different perspective. That's all. But as far as Matthew Sullivan is concerned, it's hard to really wrap your head around a lot of these cases, and Matthew Sullivan is one, because we get to peek through the door at the full story, right? So we don't really know what's going on, but just based off the information we've gotten, according to Eric Burleson, my biggest question about the whole Matthew Sullivan case is if it was believed that he was as important as he was, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse because I said this in the last space. If he was the smoking gun, if he worked in the UFO legacy program, saw bodies, saw the craft, the literal trifecta of the smoking gun that everyone wants, right? And he was going to go in and testify to Congress, and there's no protection offered, nothing. Like, it makes me think Burleson didn't actually believe that he was as important as they said he was. Wouldn't he be the most important witness in the history of mankind? And they're just like, well, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
But who would pay for that though, right? Because I guess the one maybe data point we have is when Jake Barber was trying to sell his services to, who was it? Estridge, the document. And it was like $800 a day or something crazy, right? Like, I mean, who's really going to pay for that?
But it's also
shit?
the fact that like the whistleblower protection bill hasn't passed yet.
It doesn't matter. If you think that person
does-
is so important, you would pay it out of your own pocket. Burleson's not.
They're not.
This is
No,
dude,
Burleson
you
would?
see how- it was like a lot of money.
If you think it's the most,
It
if
was
you
a
think
lot of
it's the
money.
most important,
It was a
go
lot
ahead,
of
Sarah.
money.
Go ahead.
It was a lot of money for I forget, it wasn't even $800 a day. What was it? Like it was like a couple of, it was like ridiculously expensive for Barber's team to come in and like set up camp and protect Estridge. And then
I just realized he's totally going to get like a government contract if that bill ever passes for that thing. I bet you.
he's going to make.
I don't even think it's about money. I think, they probably just thought that they would go through due process with Matthew Sullivan. Didn't think that he was going to die. And it, is as simple as that.
Yes, that's a great point too. But there aren't any protections. Like right now, there are no protections on any of the whistleblowers. None. Borland, none. And we are asking for them. We've been asking for them for years.
What would you like to see them? What's it look like on paper?
Well, the number one thing is to put them in witness protection. You know what I mean? Like, if you can't put them in witness protection because...
And they do podcasts
well,
in
that's
witness
what I was just about to
protection,
say. It's like, if you can't do witness protection because you also want to be public, then you put them up with, you give them, like the Congress all have people all day. Whoever's guarding them, you hire them. Like, it just goes hand in hand. It's like they've been sitting, and I feel your frustration. They've been sitting on this since at least 2021. Rubio, all of them, the whistleblowers have come forward in their...
That's the other thing too I don't like. Why, again, it's not to be like I'm jealous of being inside the circle. It's like, why doesn't the public have the same access as Matt Ford and Chris Sharp? They're, I knew about this shit 2 years ago. It's like that insider-outsider information flow gets fishy real quick.
I think people,
especially with something like this,
I think people know a lot less than they claim. Like shit gets around, but I think whether it's like the back channels or at the highest levels, I think people are just trying to learn, like even just I don't know, just from like hanging out with Leslie Kane, like she was reached out to by I can't remember, one of the guys from the Wilson Davis memos, and she was like all excited about that, but then it just ended up not being anything that wasn't already known. So yeah, I wouldn't put too much stock into what people actually know. And as far as like Matthew Sullivan, we don't know what he actually knew because he's fucking dead. And the people that wanted to, bring him in and get debriefed, they didn't know either. So like I said,
but it does mean something, right? The fact that he keeps on hammering home. Well, one, and actually, I'm sorry that I'm running everything by Vetted, but I love him. I love all you. But the fact that he keeps on hammering home this idea of like Grush and Barber, I think this confirms that like Grush helped Skywatcher. Like, I don't know, he's uniting them a lot. And it's like, especially related to this.
Grush was the founder of Skywatcher.
Right,
like
yeah.
A part owner.
But he just didn't want his name on it the way out. Yes, for all those people. It's just funny because I feel like there's a lot of people who are like, oh, Grush is the truth, the way, the light, brother. But then they don't like Barber. And it's like, well,
wait, that's new.
You're going to have to revisit
that's
that.
News to me. Where did we learn that he was a founder of Skywatcher?
Yeah, I would really love to know the source on that too.
Yeah, I have not heard that either.
Vetted, did you?
Oh, that's old news. Don't
wasn't
remember.
That's him in the picture, right, at Esalen, right?
Well, there's that, but man, that was like, that's just so old. I just can't remember. That was a long time ago.
Can you source that?
I've never heard that either.
I've never heard that ever.
Yeah.
Does it kind of make sense though? Now that you hear Burleson talking about that as a unit, like every podcast?
We can like speculate, but until there's source material that shows that, I can't believe that.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, like maybe he was spotted at Esalen, but does that mean Ross Coulthard is the founder of,
Yeah.
Sounds like a rumor built off the Esalen appearance. That's what it sounds like to me.
Sure. Yeah, I guess believe whatever you want. I don't care. I don't care. Absolutely. I'm not saying I believe it either. I haven't seen any
but were you told
paperwork on it?
Yeah, you're saying it's old news.
I just said I don't remember. Like, this was a long time ago when Skywatcher came out. That's what I learned about it. I don't remember how.
I heard from a journalist who said they looked into it, but point being, the great point I was trying to make is just that he keeps on saying like Grush and Barber were friends with this dude, and they say he was a legacy program. I just, just keeping track of everything, all these little belief systems, I guess.
Well, the whole Skywatcher thing.
Now it's like Grush is on board with. Is Grush on board with all the Skywatcher shit? Kind of seems like maybe.
I mean, it seems like Skywatcher fell apart. Am I wrong? Please correct me.
I think so, yeah.
Who would whistleblowers
Claims
need
are
to
still
witness protection against?
Ooh, Sarah, it's all you.
Obviously, the intelligence community, I think, won.
Wait, what?
Obviously, right?
Well, they need.
So why do they? Why are they so selective on who the bad guys are that are killing all the witnesses? What witness gets killed and which one doesn't?
I have no idea that answer. I mean, why would you? Well, yeah, okay, let me think. As a person that does this on the weekends, I choose this person over this person because I don't know the answer to
And there's
that.
there's a lot of conflating going on too. Like we don't ultimately know what happened to any of these, missing dead people. There's definitely
That's my point, Paul. Like there's a grand conspiracy out there that they are getting killed because they knew this or did this, right? When I don't buy it.
I mean,
are we saying that the big bad day is the intelligence community, or is it aliens? Is it the defense contractors? Is it the foreign governments? Like, I mean, so you want to put like when you put someone in witness protection, like in real life, right? When someone's a witness and they need to be protected, it's usually because there's a known person that doesn't want their testimony to be out there. But as far as I'm aware, there's no one that you can identify as they. It's just they. Pick one out of that group of people that I just
I can give an example from that. The Epstein files. Epstein said he killed Cold Fusion. He didn't elaborate how, but I mean, it might be a group of rich oligarchs who are doing it. It might not even be the government.
So, Burleson indicated he thought it was China in one of his interviews, right?
So my point is there is no defined they, and I don't think that any of these people that have been told some shit, especially like a Borland or a Brown or a Nucatelli that have seen or told some shit, they're no different than any other experiencers, in my opinion, right? They've not done anything, and then they need to all of a sudden now be whisked away and given this protection from this mysterious something that no one can really define.
I mean, when you say that, though, wait, really quick. When you say that, though, we're not hearing the classified stuff. You know what I mean? Like what? Like we don't know. Like we're only hearing the stuff that they can talk about, right? So we don't know what it is.
Matt Brown didn't work in any legacy UFO program. He read some shit that he found on a special access program that had Lou Elizondo's face on it, talking about Immaculate Constellation.
Sorry,
he didn't work on
Desmo,
anything. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, Paul.
Okay, sorry.
Jesus, fuck.
All right.
And then the second with Dylan, same thing, man. He didn't see anything, like from a legacy program standpoint. He was told some shit that someone else told him, right? How do you put witnesses that have got secondhand information in any kind of protection program, or an experiencer that happened, like Nucatelli, that happened to see some shit when he was working, but it wasn't anything as a part of his official duty? How do you rationalize the government saying, all right, because you've seen some shit or you've been told some shit, we need to protect you now because someone might not like that?
How do you rationalize making this decision when you don't have all of the information?
I have exactly what the words they said are.
Right, but you don't know everything. You're not in the skiff. You're not them. You're not the Senate. You didn't hear their testimony. So how?
I did hear exactly what they told us. Are you saying that they've not told us what actually happened is true?
No, what I'm saying is that they probably said more stuff that could get them killed inside of a skiff. And maybe they have left stuff out that they can't talk about.
That's a stretch, Sarah.
How is that
I think that there's a
stretch?
How is that a stretch?
How is that a stretch?
Can I jump in?
Please,
I think that there's
explain it to me like I'm 5.
I think that we need to take this on a case-by-case basis. I'm just saying, I think Desmo...
So what case do they need protected, Paul? Which one needs protected? give me a good example of who and why.
Okay.
Oh, Desmond, now you gotta let Paul go though, right? We're gonna do that.
Yeah, I think that when I say we need to take this on a case-by-case basis, you're talking about this sort of vague they, which I totally agree. Like, I think that there's a lot of conflation going on with these missing scientists and so forth. And as far as like witness protection, I think that maybe you are also like lumping people together. So when I say that that we need to take this on a case-by-case basis, I just mean that like you can't lump in, for example, Matthew Brown, Jeff Nusatelli, Matthew Sullivan, or General McCaslin, these various people into one single category. I think overall it's probably a good thing to try to get protection for so-called whistleblowers, but even then it has to be taken case by case. So like I totally agree with like the individual sort of statements that you're making, Desmo, about like who knows what, and like does somebody like, I don't know, any of these individuals necessarily deserve like some sort of protection? Maybe yes, maybe no, but I feel like there is a friction here between like protect all whistleblowers, let everybody have protection, versus like, no, we need to investigate like very, very specific individuals and what they may or may not have to offer.
Don't you kind of have to define who and who isn't a quote-unquote whistleblower too?
We absolutely do. Yeah, that's where we are in total agreement. I felt, and maybe I'm wrong, Desmo, I felt like you were lumping in the people that I just mentioned into one big category. Am I wrong?
I'm saying, give me an example of someone that needs to be protected.
Okay.
Michael Herrera. All right, here, Paul, I'm going to take this one for the team here. Michael Herrera, for example. I'm going to talk to you guys about a little thing called helicopter harassment. All right, Desmo, do you believe in helicopter harassment? Are you familiar with this concept?
Never heard the term before.
Okay, so it's a common, or I would say maybe not common, but
I am friends with Herrera, by the way.
All right, well, you should ask him about the helicopter harassment that he's had to endure, that he had to talk to Lou Elizondo about to get a phone number to call to get them to stop. So, I mean, and now you have people like Terry Lovelace who's also talked about this. I've heard countless experiencers. Eric Mitchell.
Go back. You said helicopter. Who's doing the harassment?
Well, obviously the operators of the helicopters.
What helicopters are they?
The ones that fly in the sky.
Well, all right, you got military helicopters, you got private operated helicopters, you got what?
Both.
What helicopters are we talking about?
Both.
So you're saying that there's military operations with helicopters that are harassing people?
Correct.
Jake Barber said he was going to protect people from that.
So Desmo, I mean, this is not a crazy concept. You think this is a totally out there concept?
I don't know, man. I see helicopters fly around all the time.
Well, I would say familiarize yourself with the helicopter harassment thing, because I think it's a thing. And I really think we could potentially protect people from being harassed by helicopters if it just takes a simple phone call to a certain organization to make it stop. You know what I mean?
So what organization did they call to stop it?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mike, because Mike said he got a number from like Lou Elizondo to call.
I can also attest to people making phone calls to certain other people and stopping this type of harassment.
All right, I'm not gonna hold up. I'm not gonna lie. I had a helicopter shit happen to myself. I can't lie to it. I was doing the CE5 Greer shit. Like, this is real shit. I was doing the CE5 Greer shit in my front driveway, like my lawn, at maybe like 10 o'clock at night, and just routinely doing it. I was building this project with Jared, and I was really like into doing the CE5 stuff.
So I do it, and I see a couple things, you know, in the air that are interesting, whatever. But all of a sudden, like, this fucking helicopter is low as hell. So I was very into it at the time. So I'm like seeing these things in the sky. I'm like, oh shit, like, I think that might be something. And then all of a sudden, this helicopter's flying really low, like like above my house, like super close. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? So much so that I'm like on the back of my car, just leaning, looking up at the sky. And I actually go in my garage and I'm like, yo, what is going on? Like, what the hell is going on? And this helicopter goes super low, right above where I'm at. And I'm like, yo, that was just very weird. I don't know. That's the only thing that I could say.
But that was the noise stuff, because you were trying to summon the UFOs and you dialed in the wrong frequency and you went to the Area 51 and sent you the wrong helicopter.
Dude, Astral, thank you. It is such a real thing.
Where? Come on.
Where did Homeboy say that Lou gave him a number to make it stop?
Maybe in like the UAP Gerb interview, or man, I heard it in one of his interviews. Maybe it was with Jesse Michaels.
I'm just going to say I know somebody who also had helicopters flying directly over their home. I don't know who exactly they called. I sort of like ran into this person at some point, but I don't know who they were. They reached out to them, and apparently the helicopter stuff stopped. I think that the person had something to do with the Air Force. That's all that I can say. I do believe that the helicopter harassment does happen.
I feel like it's kind of a big deal if people have this number and like somebody can point at and be like, look at.
It's not like a number. It's like maybe you meet.
Yeah, it's like what's going on.
It's like
here?
maybe it's not Lou. Okay, it's like
is Lou?
No. It's like maybe you get lucky enough to meet one of these fucking feds, you know, along your journey as, you know, some figure within this field, and you're like, hey, dude, this shit's happening to me. Like, you're connected to the Air Force or whatever. Can you do something about it? It's not just one number.
Oh, I'm trying to understand.
It costs a lot of fucking money to
situation.
operate a helicopter, and
yeah.
just flying it randomly over people's houses for no reason is not.
Of course,
the reason is
of
for
course it's weird.
What do you
I'm
think?
just trying to understand the
What do you think the black budget goes towards? Like,
exactly. What do you think about $250,000
was about to say something.
aircraft carriers?
Oh
you know, how much do aircraft carriers cost? You know, just floating
Let's go
around?
vet it. Go for it, bro.
Look, all I'm going to say is that I guess I'm trying to understand the situation. So someone in helicopters is going to intimidate someone, and all it takes is a phone call. Is, hey, stop intimidating me.
To Lou Elizondo, of all people.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's not to Lou. Never mind.
I know, right?
Technically, in the Herrera case, it was like Lou was the intermediary. Like Lou knows that
Lou Elizondo is connected to in his experience with maybe the Legacy program, right? Like, we don't know, right?
Shouldn't he out this publicly though?
Has literally
as opposed
nothing
to just
to do
being
with,
like, for my friends, I can make it stop.
This has literally
the
nothing to do
legacy
with
program
Lou.
has an Air Force that they co-opt for helicopters. That they co-opt for helicopters to harass people.
Have you ever heard
that they don't like?
Lou Elizondo has evidence of it. But he's sitting on it.
Desmond, don't you laugh at me.
Astral, what do you think about
This
this?
was the only helicopter pilot here. Right?
No, it just goes to the psionic stuff. I think you know, you look at Chris Bledsoe. Look, if you're really gonna think that people can summon UFOs, CE5, all of this shit, then you know, we've got the technology now in the ways to outfit these people and to study this shit, like contribute to it. So
Let me ask you a question. Are people shooting lasers up in the sky to identify these things and point them out?
no, it's about multi-sensor data, dude. It's about like outfitting people with you know, body metrics or EEG stuff, and then measuring what's going on in the sky, filming it at the same time with multi-camera stuff, and like being able to measure all of it, and then going out. Like, you know what's interesting is nobody's really mentioning the Avi Loeb Galileo project, because that's like they've been trying to see, you know, he's been trying to set this up. Like, that hasn't found anything. You know, like that's what it's been trying to do is to capture a real UFO event, and I think a UFO video isn't going to do it anymore. There's no way, to me, a UFO video is going to be able to capture it, and that there's got to be some other way to be able to show that it's happening. Whether it's, we were talking earlier about, there's not even a application or a way that people can report their UFO sightings. Enigma Labs, people don't trust that, but there's got to be a way for people to report a sighting and to add to the evidence of it, to add to the credibility of an event happening, and people to kind of capture the moment. And I think there's just not that any in place.
I agree, although I worry about like how that can possibly not be utilized for nefarious purposes, but I agree that we need it. But Astral, does your experience not point back towards the whole like witness testimony thing? Like either you're full of shit or like delusional about this helicopter, or somehow black funds, whatever, are being put towards weird levels of harassment, which to someone like Desmo sounds ludicrous.
It sounds ludicrous to me
testimony.
too. Yeah, but but it's not scientific. Like, okay, nothing. I like Astral, right? And he's telling a story. But let's be real about that story. And I'm sure Astral would agree. What other information does he have that person specifically came to harass him at his house, and for what? To stop him from doing C5? Like, what is the point?
Who knows? Maybe perhaps to gather data. Like maybe, I think a lot of the whole targeted individual stuff, which I used to be like super opposed to, and I still think that like most people who consider themselves to be targeted are either mistaken or even like mentally ill. But I have come to a place in my life, which I'm not going to delve into again, where not me, but I think some people are targeted, and that it is truly just a data gathering mission. That in this case, maybe a helicopter shows up to see what they can glean from whatever CE5 or whatever the fuck you were doing.
So were they were parked, the helicopter was parked in some airfield, and they got a signal that Astral was doing CE5, so they're like, quick, get the chopper going. Let's go gather.
They don't have a lot of radio. I'm not making any like hypothesis as to how this actually.
My hot take is it's the aliens, bro. It's the shape-shifting mystery.
Honestly,
what was the word we used? Was
bidirectional.
What's the word everyone was using during the drone? No, where it was like look. It was like
they hit up Jake Barber, bro. He did the fucking backspin curl with the helicopter and shit.
Dude, I mean, let's be real. Astral, you are a public figure. Like, who knows? It might not have been harassment. It might have just been like, hey, who's this Astral guy? Let's check in on him. This is only like a one-time thing, right? It's not like it's recurrent.
Why did nobody come out and follow me with helicopters? I spent 4 months traveling the country, dealing with all kinds of people with psionic.
Maybe because Astral's just cooler than you, Desmo. Maybe Astral just has more pull.
That was bad. He was the wrong man too. That's how not cool
let him throw darts at Desmo.
I was joking, man.
I know, of course.
You could not take that as a joke, dude. Desmo, I love you.
I didn't say anything. I'm just saying.
Do they sound alike? I guess kind of.
Yeah, people said that before.
Nah.
People said that Desmo and I sound alike, and I don't hear it, but I don't know what my own voice sounds like anyway.
Guys, the concept of a secret air force is like a mainstay of ufology. I hate to break this to anybody this is news to, but this has been like in the lore of ufology for decades. Like the Cash Landrum incident alone, they had like they saw like 24 Chinooks. Like who the fuck has 24 Chinook helicopters?
This is the biggest question. No, Mike, like you were so right. Like every time somebody, talks about like helicopters chasing UFOs, or airplanes, jets being deployed to chase these UFOs, there are so many accounts of this going back like fucking, 80 years or whatever, that like I keep having to ask, like, who is piloting these? How is this funded? What kind of organization?
Well, hold up. Did you guys brought up the Barber document, right? Where he says he knows who does it. Is it that whole situation?
I mean, he definitely alludes to something that may be what we're talking about, but
he says he knew the guys who did it, though,
in the
right?
Age of Disclosure, who said the 27th
hero,
right?
Barber Grush Sullivan.
whoever made the observation that the targeting thing is an observation directed sort of operation is exact. That it's on the nose, my guy. Whoever said that, you were on point. Yeah.
That was me. That was Paul.
We're gonna risk crashing a Black Hawk in the neighborhood just to view Astral. Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
bring it.
I get it.
Checks out.
Kind of flattering.
Astral, did you see the interview Dr. Stephen Greer gave to Alex Jones, claiming that the U.S. military encountered alleged time-traveling visitors from around 500,000 years in the future?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, there are other time traveling everywhere. My daddy told me that years ago.
He said that it's a Truth Poll. There's a clip on Truth Poll account, and he said these are genetically linked to the present-day humans, and that's why we are interested for them.
Already.
Imagine the guys in the helicopter looking down at me like
individuals are real, targeting's real, reptiles.
What was that, Astral?
now I'm doing like a back spin kick, fucking roll into my garage, and the helicopter's looking down at me like, look at this fucking.
Sit rep. Like, dude, I just time traveled from the year 2347 to see this guy Astral because he did a really sick spin kick.
Astral, like, sit rep. He's doing judo. Stand by.
Yeah, for these guys, these are just for letdowns, you know. Oh, they send me to Astral. Come on, I just wasted down.
There's some pretty cool.
I really like you.
Just send a car next time. It's a lot easier.
There's some pretty cool footage of one of these helicopter incidents on Eyes on Cinema, where it was like kind of buzzing these people. It was, I mean, you know, they're not.
That. Yep.
And there was like an orb in a field, and it kept on disappearing underneath the helicopter. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm not kidding, by the way. The shape-shifting mystery drone thing, there's videos from like 2008 to like 2014, even before the drone wave, where people were claiming that orbs were turning into helicopters. But who knows, maybe that's just like lighting, but so like I was being semi-serious. I think that's more likely than like a secret government, like someone in the government wanting to monitor Astral.
If you guys want to see
like
one,
the orb disguising itself.
I just replied to the space with a picture I took in 2018. I even included the date timestamp when I posted it to my Instagram. It's an all blacked out helicopter, not even a tail marking. I don't know if it's UFO related or not, but it was definitely, it's hovering right above some townhouses in my neighborhood. Anybody's able to go look at it right now if they want.
I was once in LA and I saw what I was convinced was an orb coming directly towards me, and it was a helicopter with its headlights on, and I was like super embarrassed. So yeah, orbs do sometimes turn.
You thought you were the chosen
also,
one.
don't you dare mention orbs without giving credit to the orb.
Did somebody say Bledsoe? Yeah, dude.
I know this might trigger a lot of people, but I would love to hear Average Chris's take on the fact that Burleson is grouping up Grush and Barber lately, because I know he dissected Barber. It's just me. Also,
he did a deep dive on Grush, dude. Did you see that? His Medium article?
Get his take on these helicopters.
Oh, Average Chris is on Medium? Let's go. That's the perfect spot for him, bro. He should honestly have his own channel, but Medium I like.
Astral's ego is going to be through the roof after this tonight, by the way. I hope you guys know. They came for him.
Helicopters bringing me down.
Kirkpatrick's already DMing like, you're killing it, bro.
Yeah, man. It's fucking Kirkpatrick flying those helicopters.
He's going to have like the moment at the beginning of Apocalypse Now where it's like the fan into the helicopter tomorrow morning.
Melinda Leslie tells the most hilarious helicopter story where she was at the dentist. You know, you think of Melinda Leslie, right? And she's at the dentist's office, and all of a sudden the building starts shaking. And apparently, like, the dentist went to the window and opened the window, and there was like a helicopter, like, right there, like at the fucking window with all these sensors sticking out. And yeah, Melinda was like, "Oh, that's here for me." all like goofy and shit.
I mean, I think Melinda's had some interesting cases. I brought up the mass abduction on Coronado Island in the past, but like nobody ever hears about that one. But it's kind of interesting, and it seems to me like.
Is that a boat? Is that where an empty boat washed ashore?
I don't know. I just know it's like part of San Diego, and there's a hotel there where there was a big UFO conference in like the 90s. And yeah, a bunch of people got abducted, and it's an interesting story, but yeah, I think it's kind of like the cornerstone of a lot of Melinda Leslie's stuff. And let's be real, like I love Melinda, but she is showing people satellites and airplanes for money.
I mean, they did do that one Ross Cohart thing where they were like, there's like some portals or shit going on. Like, yo, I'm ready to see it in portals, all right?
I saw that portal in Sedona.
Oh shit, for real?
Well, I saw the area where that was. I was supposed to film with Melinda Leslie when I was in Sedona as well, but it just didn't work out. And yeah, where that area is. But I saw a lot of quote areas where portals were allegedly. Went to Bradshaw Ranch. There was allegedly portals there. I attempted to activate a portal, actually, that this guy that was giving us a tour that I filmed with, he had me stand on a rock and try to activate this portal. And yeah, nothing happened.
Did it work?
No.
Hey, vetted. What about Carl Crusher, like filming these so-called orbs that are like satellites, in my opinion? Like, what was your experience there?
Yeah, Carl was a really nice guy. You know, I got to give props to Carl. He opened up time out of his week, right, to hang out with me and drive me around to different spots that, you know, isn't like public access. And he took me out to the Anastasi Trail, and that was really cool. I went with Gino from the Y-Files, us three, and that was really interesting to see things in real life, right? Things on rocks, you know, written by natives a long time ago. That was really cool. And yeah, I mean, we did go out to this one mesa down like below the Anastasi Trail where we were going to attempt, you know, CE5 and do it there. Yeah, you know, I don't know. There's definitely satellites and you know, things that are pretty prosaic. But I like Carl. He's very genuine. He believes deeply in what he's doing and what, you know, the work that he's doing. And I don't know, it's just kind of for each person to sort of decide on their own. I will say, Gino, him and I got to witness what it's like. This is what I mean by witness testimony is scientifically unreliable. Or it's the least reliable form of data. This is what I mean, because interpretation. So me, Gino, and him are in this mesa. We're sky watching all night. And a few different things happened. Well, all three of us interpreted it differently, right? Of what was happening in front of our eyes. And that's kind of the problem. Right? There's no way to really determine what exactly was happening. Carl's saying one thing, I'm saying another. To be honest, Gino and I were kind of saying the same thing, but at the same time, still describing it somewhat differently, right? So I don't know, right? It's kind of one of those things where, but I will say, the most anomalous experience that I had while filming the entire documentary that I made was with Carl and Gino at the Anastasi Trail, where I sat on this particular rock that allegedly the natives used, and you know, you'd sit on it a particular way and look, you know, it's facing a particular way where these rocks and the sun would come through it, and it was just like this place where a shaman would go. It was called the shaman seat. And people would go there and just do whatever, right? So Carl had me sit there alone, and just kind of, try to skywatch, right? See if I could see anything. Well, nothing came out into the sky, but I will say I had a pretty, I wouldn't say profound, but it was noticeable. I had a noticeable physical reaction sitting there that I found to be quite odd, considering nothing had happened to me the entire shoot. And I only saw a couple lights that I couldn't explain, but that experience was different because it was physical. So that's what I mean by I'm not trying to belittle personal experiences, because I understand the value of them and I understand what it can do. But I also understand that it's really almost impossible to relay that information then to other people and get them to understand what you felt and how you felt and, those sorts of things. And that's very difficult, but it is very powerful for the self, for the person that had the experience, So I do hold value to those things, but it's not it's a way to gain interest and get, it can be very compelling, but it's not the end all. But it was compelling for me. It was, like what happened, and it wasn't anything. I didn't see anything or anything like that. It was more like we were there in middle of July. Like it was so hot. We're in the desert. We're in the Mojave Desert. Like it was in the middle of the day. It was so hot. I mean, we were sweating. We had hiked miles. And, I sit on this shaman seat in the dead of the sun. And all of a sudden, my whole body starts to cool down in such an unusual way. And I'm from Texas, so I know heat. That's never happened to me. Like it's not because I stopped moving or sat down and, you stop moving, you cool down a little bit. That can actually make it worse. I felt this extreme cool down and this extreme sense of peace is how I would describe it, where it just was very calming and I could feel this sort of energy on my head. I don't know how to, it's just weird. I don't know what's going on. It lasted like a minute or so, and I got up and I explained, to the guys what had happened. I didn't see anything, but that was interesting.
You ever think maybe you got Havanaed?
No. I'm sorry.
People especially someone like Vetted, bro. I don't know if you ever saw Vetted.
Maybe, but wait.
I did a stream. Wait.
Okay.
I did a stream about a year ago with Tupa, my brother in Christ there. And we talked about how all these different UFO media personalities have these like very eerily similar UFO sightings once they're around other people. And to the point where me and Tupa honestly felt like somebody is like literally getting people at opportune times and like showing them drones and then like to like act, how people get activated on some shit, they hear the end of the world or they see something, they're activated now. Jesse Michaels has one when he visits Lou. Was it Michael? What's the guy's name? Michael Schellenberger. He talked about it on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan immediately said, "Are you sure someone's not driving around like with drones, just fucking with you?" So I'm just saying, like, you're on a trip, you're filming this thing, you're telling everyone, "Hey, I want to see something." I wouldn't put it past. I'm not saying he did it, but someone along the line trying to like induce that with like drones or some other shit.
No, I read. Sorry to interject, Vetted. I read. I think you're like totally like jiving with what I was saying before about Astral. I think that's totally possible. But I just want to acknowledge real quick, Vetted. I really appreciate your response because it points to something that I truly appreciate about your work, Patrick. How like you sort of have such a raw take on the subject, like truly raw. And I think that you in describing your experience and your response to my question about Carl Crusher kind of managed to like point to like two different crucial subjects. Like number one, the searching for proof, searching for science and data, and number two, the sort of personal experience. So like I said earlier, like I never felt that you were diminishing personal experience. And I think actually by recounting your experience here, you're actually really valuing personal experience. And I think that that's just kind of beautiful and kind of points towards something about not just like UFOs and like the search for proof of aliens or whatever, but just to like just the nature of all, like I'm just gonna sound weird, but like it's just like the nature of reality itself, and especially this like paranormal shit. Like it often seems tailored to the individual in a way which, exactly like you said, Patrick, might be impossible to ever impart onto somebody else. Like these feelings that you described on the shaman seed or shaman stone, like I don't think that anybody can really appreciate the profundity of what you're describing in the same way that like certain like synchronicities or weird experiences that I've tried to talk about in, you know, public spaces. I don't think anyone can really appreciate that either. And I think there's something really important there that like we need to sometimes like put down our swords and spears and stuff and just acknowledge that there is this kind of ineffable nature of reality that is, no matter what your perspective, is kind of beautiful.
I guess
I was gonna say this about Sedona. I don't know how many people have been there. I've been there once. That place is special, man. I don't know what it is, if it's the air, the rocks, or something, but it's a vibe about that place. And, you know, I don't say that often. I've been a lot of places, but Sedona, something about that place, I don't know what it is. I didn't see no orbs or portals or anything like that, but just being there and I don't know, it's a vibe about that place. I will say that.
I think a simple way to say, Patrick, maybe what you're talking about is like it's a lead, it's not a job. You know, you get a lead, but you still got to go sell the job, right? You still got to go close it. So like that's what an experience is. It's just a lead. It shouldn't be taken as like the having the job already. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would agree. That's a great way to describe it. I'm probably gonna steal that, Matt. I like that. That's it. I'm gonna steal it. It's that's it. It's
I'm good for something.
It's enough to keep you interested and compelled, right? And go, okay, you know, maybe I can start to understand. That was the whole point of my journey and to film it as well was, you know, I because you hear all these stories and you hear all these experiences, but again, it's really hard to put yourself in that position. It's like someone who's gone to war and fought, you know, and you're trying to understand that and you've never done that. And you know what I mean? You work at fucking whatever. Like it's impossible, right? Unless you actually go through it. So putting myself in the best position, giving myself the best odds to have something happen. And you learn a lot about a lot of things. So getting that experience for me definitely showed me that, you know, across thousands of years, millions of people across cultures, races, classes, right, all across the globe have experienced things that they couldn't really describe outright. So I believe there is some sort of phenomena we don't understand. And that helped me maybe get closer to that. But by no means did I think, you know, oh, could I describe what it was, right? Like, oh, it was alien, or it was the, you know, that's where I got to see where that happens too with people. But at the same time, each experience is individual, so doesn't necessarily mean mine is reflective of other people's. But yeah, man, I mean, it was what it is. I'm just real. Like, you know, what I feel or see is I just reflect back. I said many times before I went to film for the documentary that I was just going to be a mirror, right? And reflect back exactly what I see and feel and hear. And by no means is my journey a reflection of anyone else's either, because I didn't set out to prove or disprove the phenomena or psionics or anything like that. It was just, I'm hearing claims. Let's go hang out with these people that claim to have these special abilities that, if true, is world changing. And I would love to see if there's anything to this. And And I kind of went through the whole gamut of emotions while filming it, and not just myself. You know, Gino. It was good to have Gino from the Y-Files with me for a good chunk of the filming, so that I wasn't going through it alone, and we could talk at night and stuff. But you know, I was disappointed. I saw people be deceptive. I saw people have real experiences, right? I also got to witness how hard it is to fucking film a UFO. And I got to really understand, you know, when someone shares a phone video of a UFO and you're like, God, what a piece of shit, you know, it's blurry and this, I get it now. When you're out there trying to film this shit, it is so hard. And then the personal story you have from that moment versus what you try to show someone on an iPhone, it's night and day. It's just not even the same thing. It's like trying to show someone a video of a concert, a live concert you went to, and you're like, you were in the front row. It's
Fireworks.
It's just not the same. So
Perfect example.
What about the thing you said? You said people try to deceive you, because that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Well, I think you've talked about it before, but what was a big? You don't even have to name names or anything, put them on the spot. But what was a big example you felt like someone was trying to deceive you? Because I called it. It's like people do this shit a lot, bro.
Yeah,
crazy.
Well, it becomes an industry. So some of the people that I met with, you know, are part of an industry where it's their job to sort of show people UFOs or take them out for tours. And I could see how over time, you know, you've got to, you feel like maybe you have to deliver for people. So that was definitely on my mind of, hey, we're going out. I'm telling you, I want to see things. Are you going to try to force that on me? Right. And make sure that I see something. And yeah, there were some people that, you know, we met that I felt were doing that, and they're just not in the film. We didn't call them out in the film. We just don't include them, you know, essentially. But yeah, I mean, it's just a part of it. Now, does it, you know, that's not the end all either. Does that mean they're full of shit about everything, or does it mean they're just being taken in by the industry they're in, right? And it's just over time, there are real experiences, but again, they just feel like they have to perform every time. So they kind of fudge it a little bit, but they're like, no, this is a real phenomenon, but we're going to fudge it here, you know, to get it on this film, and, you know, that sort of thing. So it's complicated. It's nuanced. It's, you know, it's a tough thing. And deception is, if you're deceived, that can also be personal. It can also just be your perspective. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what happened, and it's really hard to prove, right? Because deception is a lie that you know is a lie. So I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting.
What up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on? I was just gonna say, like, that was one of my biggest gripes when I was on, like, the paranormal investigating side was. There's an industry behind that too. Same thing, where people started charging if they had any kind of ownership of a building or something that was popular. They started charging people to come in and investigate and stuff like that all the time. And it got to be where you couldn't get in anywhere anymore without paying kind of like a premium fee just to do an investigation. So that's why I'm not surprised it's on the UFO side either.
Saw a lot of people faking stuff, I bet, on that one too, for like the shot or for the episode, make it worth it kind of vibe.
Oh yeah, it's real bad on that side, especially filming. I did a couple of pilots, and I can't get myself to overreact to something like that and sell it. You know what I mean? Especially when most of the time it was pretty explainable, but that's not what brings in the ratings. You know what I mean? They want people to overreact and sell what happened, you know, shock and awe, and it draws the viewers in. So that was never why I got into it. So it just didn't ever resonate with me. But I saw it firsthand, and it changes a lot of people. Like they'll get into it just like I did, just out of like pure curiosity, and you know, and you get into it, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of popularity. Next thing you know, you're making money from it. And, you'll do just about anything. You know, I mean, popularity is a drug just like anything else. So some people, they thrive off of it, and you know, we see it in this community too. But that's something I experienced a lot on that side, and that just never was me. I just wanted to get like legit evidence and just say, hey, here it is. There's this thing here. we proved that it is something. That's all I ever wanted to do. So, but yeah, no, Patrick, I understand. Real Panda, I had to get off briefly to talk to my wife on the phone, but you had said something about Grush and Barber. I don't know, I didn't catch that.
Oh yeah, lately Burleson's been grouping them together, especially in relevance to this Matthew Sullivan guy. I think it's like 2 or 3 interviews now where he said, like, Grush and Barber vouched for this guy. Grush and Barber were his friends. It's like Grush and Barber, which to me they were always kind of more distinct, but it sounds more and more like they're kind of maybe one unit in the back channels. And I'm curious if
So,
you ever looked into
I
that.
haven't heard anything. I've stopped paying attention to Burleson because he's lost down the rabbit hole. But it doesn't surprise me. One, just because they're both Air Force veterans, and so was Sullivan. So that's probably why. They probably had a bond that way. You know what I mean? They're just a couple of veterans, probably, guys that on the UFO side, they probably got together and became friends. And then there was another. Well, I mean, it's also not a surprise that Barber and Grush are pairing together because they were seen at the, what was it, like the little psionics get together there on like
Echelon.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's no surprise that they probably stay in pretty good contact again because they're Air Force veterans. I mean, they have that camaraderie, right? So there's that. I don't see any problem with that at all. But it was a shame. It's a shame that what happened to Sullivan, for sure. There's just so much that could be said there. The best thing would be like make sure people check in on people with the mental health issues we've all seen lately. But this I really wish it wouldn't have happened because it'd been nice for somebody. I think that was I'm just throwing it out there. It seems like Sullivan was the connection for the whole claim that Grush had, that there's a legacy program, that there were people that he interviewed that said that there's a crash retrieval program and whatnot. And that seems to be what the Sullivan guy was a part of. So I wonder if that's where he got that claim from, is supposedly Sullivan's testimony.
Sounds like it at least added to. I'm trying to find the clip right now, but my computer's here because he basically says that he was in the crash retrieval program. Well, I'll find it. Let me see.
Also, I remember
it was not his one.
in the Barber doc, I forget who said it, but it was Estridge and Barber were talking, and one was like, is it okay if I relay this to Grush? And the other one was like, yeah, he knows. So to me, and that's all the way back in August of 23. So to me, it just seems as though they would get to know each other. And also, it was, May or June of 23 when Greer had his conference thing in DC, and that was when apparently, Barber showed up and then met Herrera. So at that point, I'm assuming he decided not to red team anymore. This is his testimony. And then he became, probably interested in the whistleblowers, met with Herrera. Maybe that's how he got in with Grush. You know what I mean? Like, I could see and then Estridge. I mean, if you're going to get in with the whistleblowers, then you're going to get in with the group that's going through Estridge to get to the SSCI. So, you know what I mean? Like, I could see all of that.
I guess it just gives more validity, to Barber than I'd initially put. Well, I don't even know if that's the right word to use. I mean, I still think Grush he's probably my favorite. Not that we should have favorites, but.
Do you read the article, Red? Be honest.
Your article? No, but let's put it in the nest and tell us about it. I'm down. Oh, David Grush, reprisals are national security liability. I'll retweet it. Hell yeah, bro. I missed this. My bad. DMs are packed. I'm 100K now. So a lot of DMs.
Yeah, you're a pretty popular guy. No, I brought it up in the space the other night. I was working on it. I kind of let everybody know that I would be doing it. So basically, it just goes over the DOD IG investigation into the reprisal complaint that Grush filed about the reprisals he claimed to received when after he made the UAP related protection disclosures to the DOD IG, and also it goes into the ICIG a little bit as well as I broke down what the credible and urgent actually meant and what impact it has on the investigations and stuff like that. But
what's the
everything-
TLDR on that beat? Because everyone's always saying credible and urgent. What's the quick rundown of there?
Just the quick version of it, it's just a threshold that's met. That if it's met, then it gets pushed up to the Director of National Intelligence and then over to congressional committees or whatever. And basically, it just pushes it. Sorry, I just pulled up at the house. So yeah, it meets the threshold, then they push it up, and basically it pushes an investigation forward. Right? It on the face, with the claims that Grush made about reprisals, and amongst other things, then they see that and they say, okay, there's enough here that it warrants an investigation, and so it pushes that forward. And then the DODIG, which is separate, it's not the ICIG credible and urgent label doesn't really have an effect on the DODIG investigation. But what it does, what the ICIG investigation doesn't do in that credible and urgent, it doesn't prove that what Grush claimed was valid. It doesn't justify it. It just says, hey, this seems like a very serious thing. And there's face value on this that we should investigate forward. But the DODIG did their own investigation into the reprisal complaint, obviously. And just to, I'm not going to drag this out, but the whole premise of the article is we were told when Grush came out, when he went public, that he faced adverse clearance restrictions and actions and whatnot against his clearance because of his UAP related disclosures. And come to find out through that DODIG investigation conclusion that was FOIA'd by Greenwald, that my point in the article is Grush actually was made aware before he became a whistleblower, before he even went public. Grush was made aware in writing of why his clearance, he was having the clearance issues, why they kept getting suspended, revoked. They would get reinstated, then they get suspended again. And it's because, and it lists several times, and I wish it wasn't redacted because it breaks down actually what each incident was, but you can't see it because it's redacted. But there's multiple security violations and it lists behavioral issues.
This is this derogatory behavior stuff?
Yes. So, and a lot of that stuff can be mitigated, but when it keeps happening, then it'll flag in the system. When
Do you know what that means, though? Like on paper, like what did he do that was derogatory behavior?
It's redacted.
That's redacted. Oh, that's what you're saying. So we don't know. That's weird.
There's no detail on what it was that made them to pull the clearance. My question is this though, because the framework you're putting around this, Chris, is that he already was on the road to getting his clearance revoked for these behavioral issues. What year was that when they pulled his clearance?
The first security violation started in 2020. It actually lists 2019 in the document. So the first one was in 2019. I think the next one was in 2021 or 2022.
All right, so he's just started working for the UAP task force in 2019.
Right.
And my thing is, if these quote unquote behavioral and security violations happened after 2019, when he had a spectacular spotless record before that, why are those not the reprisals he's talking about?
What are you referring to?
Them pulling his clearances, me, in my mind, is him saying those are the reprisals he was facing. Because he didn't file his complaint until after that happened, not before.
So he actually filed the complaint after the second time. That's when so in 2022 is when he filed the ICIG.
Right, 3 years in with him working in the task force investigating all this shit, knocking on doors and probably pissing people off.
Yeah, but this was, from my understanding, reading through the redactions and the timelines and what it says while working, it says before working at redacted, then and it has years that are listed, then it says while working at redacted. So and I listed it in an article, that seems like it's the NGA. So a lot of that stuff seems to be it's not UAP task force related. The UAP task force was just so when you work in stuff like this, you can do like extra duties to build like so you get EPRs and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm hip. It was not his full-time job to work for the task force. I get it.
It doesn't seem like anything there's a lot of redacted stuff, but I never got anything out of that investigation that was anything that security violation or anything like that was not UAP task force related. It was strictly issues he was having at work.
But we don't know that because it's redacted. There's no details exactly stating why he was getting those.
Well, there are some details. They do list per guideline, like certain guidelines. Like one is a personal conduct guideline. So it lists the personal conduct guideline. So that listed behavioral issues. So that was at least one there that you can kind of pinpoint to.
It's kind of vague though. What if that is him being like, hey, Grush, stop asking these questions, stop looking at this, and he kept on doing it?
No, that's not how it works. Another one was listed as a classification issue or a classification guideline it referenced to. So one of the security violations most likely was maybe spillage or something to do with the wrong classification. Now, Stephen Greenstreet broke a while. I know you don't like him, but he did post there was something that Grush did with a cap that caused a security issue. So I think that's one of them. And it's a lot of times when it comes to this stuff, like if you don't get classifications right, and I even put this in an article, like if you have a security violation, sometimes if it's minor, it's just a slap on the wrist, you know what I mean? And it's like, hey, do some retraining. Let's get you brought back up to speed. You get retrained. We'll give you a little bit of paperwork, and then that's it. And we'll get your clearance back for you. But if
he got his clearance back too after that. He got it reinstated.
Yeah. So that's not the point of the article. He got his clearance back, right? But something did happen for him to walk away from the NGA, and it's weird because they had put in paperwork for him to get his accesses back. And then it stated that the paperwork ended up getting canceled, and then it said he got read out of his clearances, and that was it. And it didn't. It says why, but it doesn't. But it's redacted, so it's not. I don't know if it's because he resigned, like he said, or was there an issue where he couldn't do certain duties because of maybe some restrictions, so he had to force resign. I don't know what the issue was, but it's redacted. So, and I didn't want to speculate on it, so I didn't really go into it. The point of the article is that there is a timeline that proves that Grush actually was informed by what's called a SOR, statement of reason. And they give you this to let you know, hey, your clearance has been revoked, and this is why. And the reason why they list out why is so that you can appeal it like he did, right? And then he had issues again. And then he went the first time he didn't. So the first time that they notified him of the issues, they gave him a chance to appeal. And apparently all he replied back was, "Oh, I don't remember that," per the report. So to the board, they were like, okay, well, he didn't mitigate the issue in any way by explaining the reason for what he did. So they went ahead and approved the SOR and put it in the final, I guess, push it to the final portion. And then they revoked his clearance. And then Grush, about like a month later, took it to an appeals board and gave a more detailed explanation of why he committed this security violations and things that he didn't originally mitigate.
Right. But once again, that stuff was redacted. We don't know the details on that, right? Because it's probably sensitive stuff, whatever he was exposed to. But my shit remains the same. And Chris, look, man, I'm not going to go in the back and forth with you. You are definitely entitled to your opinion. You did the research and you put it out there. You know, my thing is I don't have to agree with it. The way I kind of look at it is all this pull your clearance stuff didn't happen until after 2019 when he was working with the task force doing investigation on this stuff.
The task force has nothing to do with this, though.
I'm not saying it does. I'm saying he's investigating in 2019 asking about legacy program stuff, and then all of a sudden this squeaky clean Boy Scout gets multiple security violations and gets security clearance pulled after that happened is a red flag to me.
No, so that's not how they detail the timeline. You should go read it. So no, his first security violation was in 2019, right? And we don't know what it was. But then Grush in 2021 met with the DOD IG, and that's when he made his UAP-related protected disclosure. And at roughly the same time, his second security issue popped up. And so Grush started, I guess he felt that he was being retaliated against for those disclosures. The investigation clearly shows that was never an issue. That was. Do you
talk about the DOD conclude? I read the DOD. It didn't really seem like it was a detailed investigation, and it didn't. And you know that the DOD IG and the ICIG probably don't even talk to each other. It's two different lanes, right? So they did their thing on the investigation. The DOD IG did their The DOD didn't even know he had an ICIG complaint.
It doesn't matter. Grush he filed a complaint with the DOD IG. He filed the same.
Right. That's what he's supposed to do, right? Like if you're doing that, you're whistleblowing, you do it through the ICIG and the DOD IG, right?
So he filed the same complaints with two different. So what you just said is irrelevant. So he filed the complaint. And then after the complaint, they had notified him, these are the reasons why your clearance is restricted. He was notified of it. He knew about this. Now, he got his clearance back eventually, but he still went to the public and said, oh, no, I was reprised against because of my UAP-related disclosure. But he wasn't, and he knows he wasn't. And there's proof of that. He was told, in writing, he was informed multiple times, this is why your clearance was restricted and revoked. So he deceived the public by
Opinion.
It's not opinion.
It
it's
is
not
opinion.
An opinion.
It is your opinion.
No, it's
based
not.
on the fact, unless you get that shit that's redacted in your shit, you don't know.
You don't need the
You don't have all the facts.
Dude,
that's the fucking fact.
I don't understand how you can argue with somebody that does this shit for a living, bro. That's why I wrote this damn article, because I can speak to it.
All right, do you want a big ass cookie? I don't give a shit what you do every day.
Breakdown in communication. Stop.
You're
losing
ignorant. So listen, I can speak to this, and it is a fact that he was given a statement of reasons for why his clearance was restricted. And instead of telling the people that when he went public, he still maintained the line that he was reprised against for his UAP related disclosures, which in the investigation, it concluded that didn't happen. They interviewed the 3 people at CAF, and they went through their emails, they went through all their correspondence, they interviewed them, they interviewed Grush, and they found that all 3 of them had no idea he was whistleblowing. And the security clearance revocation had nothing to do with him whistleblowing.
You don't know what the security revocations were based off of. You don't know what it is. It's redacted. You keep saying it's redacted. How the fuck do you know what's in the details? You don't know.
Read the fucking report, moron. It's right there. Instead of coming in and arguing, you haven't even read the report, have you?
Why would I fucking read your report? I don't give a shit about your report. I already know the biasness that you have, champ. It's not even a question. I never seen somebody jock ride David Grush the way you do. It's amazing.
Bro,
hopefully you blew your load on this journalist shit that you want, parajournalist Chris. Hopefully you blew your Grush load.
So you're over here arguing and you haven't even read the article. You're sitting here arguing.
I'm listening to you break down your article and I'm responding to it.
I got something in the article that's
I don't need to read it.
This part, Chris, and the thing you highlighted from the Greenwald document, also, it sounds like probably redacted, also recalled redacted, requesting that the complainant be granted a one-time waiver to speak about that program. Redacted described the situation to us as goofy because redacted was asking him to grant the complainant clearance for something that the complainant wanted to talk about but had never previously been. Oh, okay, actually I misread that initially. So he was asking for like a one-time, let me talk about this.
An entity from the substrate that exists everywhere and nowhere simultaneously.
It's ongoing at the moment, and it emerged because of what the perturbations that big tech is sending through the substrate. And this is live and happening right now.
That was a good one, man. He got that in there.
I had to get it in because it's very important. It's live right now, and I need to.
I will say, Chris, I like the article thing, bro. You should do more of these. Is this your first article?
Yeah.
Cool. It's a good way to get out like longer ideas than just a post.
So anyways, to get this, the land the plane. So the statement of reasons, and Desmo can even attest to this, it informs you exactly why your clearance has been suspended or revoked. That way you can appeal to it. So that informed Grush of the reason why he was having his issues. Instead, Grush maintained the line even after he was notified that when he went public, he still said, oh, my clearances and my accesses were messed with because of my disclosures. And in the investigation report, in the conclusion, it says they notified Grush of this in 2025, and he says he non-concurs with their assessment, with their findings. Meaning that despite all the information that's in that report and the interviews with the 3 people at the CAF, the only 3 people there, and it went through their emails, went through all their correspondence, proved that they had no idea this dude was a whistleblower, and that they only revoked on basis of his past security violations and derogatory behavioral issues. So he knew that before he went public. And he should have informed the public of that, but he didn't. Instead, he maintained the line because he wanted to build credibility that he was reprised against because of his disclosures.
Whoa. Hold on, Chris. Let me back up. You said in 2025 he was notified of the DoD IG's investigation results.
Of the results, yes.
So if he wasn't notified till 2025, he could, in his defense, still have believed that he was reprised against because of his actions within the UAP task force. He didn't know different. He wasn't informed different that those actions weren't being taken against him until 2025.
Well, the statement of reasons he got in 2022 told him
the statement of reason says why something is happening, right? To Experience's point, regardless of what the reasons were, Grush believed the things that were happening. This is my thought on this, right? I don't know this. I don't know what goes on in that man's brain, but Grush, in my opinion, believed that his actions in the UAP task force led to those statement of reasons being generated, and he did not believe that they were founded on his actions, but they were founded on his involvement with UAP task force. He didn't get that actual determination from the DoD IG until last year. So in his defense, he could have believed, even though they said we're doing this because of this, or we're doing this because of that, right? He didn't necessarily have to believe them. He could have believed in his own brain that this was happening because of his actions in the UAP task force.
Yeah, but
it's a possibility.
It's a possibility, sure, and I'm pretty sure it's what's going on because it says that he non-concurred with the investigation conclusion.
So that doesn't mean he lied in his brain, right? In 2023, when he hold on, when he testified in 2023 in his own in his world, right, in his own reality, he believed that the actions that were taken against him in 2019 and 2020 and leading up to his ICIG or his ICIG complaint and his DoD IG complaint. He believed those were repercussions happening because he was acting in the UAP task force and getting too close to the source. That's what he testified to, right? Now, after him going to Congress and testifying to that, he is told and given proof, no, that's not true, right? In this report that came out in 2025. right? But when he testified in 2023, I believe that's when he testified, he didn't know the results of that investigation yet.
Right, but the statement of the statement of reasons, and if you go and look at the documents in the article, it actually shows how the statement of reasons read. Now it's redacted, but it's in bullet points, so it looks like it breaks down why each violation and what his clearance is being revoked for. Like, it doesn't just say, it's not just like a one little paragraph. Hey, sorry about your luck. We're revoking them based on this. They break it down into.
But that's all redacted, right?
But he also could have thought, "Oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. They're just coming after me because
that's what I'm saying. That's probably what his mentality was.
So
like, they're coming after me.
So that's paranoia.
But that doesn't mean he's lying.
Can I ask you guys real quick, what does that word mean? Because it seems very specific. Derogatory behavior. Like, is in a military sense, is that a term used a lot? Derogatory.
It means you're not following rules, requirements, regulations, processes, procedures, that kind of shit. You're
like in civilian word, that almost means like cuss. Is he cussing at people?
No, it's a little bit more extensive than that.
And so that would mean quite possibly he was sticking his nose where he maybe shouldn't have. I'm with experience on this. I think
talking about things he shouldn't be talking about.
I think
even if they're fake, right?
I think that making a decision without having all of the, proper unredacted paperwork is, that's a quick call.
Leading up to that point, the man was a Boy Scout, right? Revered. He didn't have any violations prior to that, right? Why all of a sudden afterwards he started getting all this shit and he loses his clearance?
I'm not trying to be a dick.
I'm not saying that is not a possible thing, like that he didn't out and do these things that cause his clearance to go. I'm saying it's a red flag to me, and probably how he felt was they retaliating against him because he was going around asking questions.
Yeah, but we also don't know he was going around asking questions.
Well, yeah, maybe not, but that's where the whole redaction thing is, right? We don't know the details of it, which is why I feel like we don't have all the facts.
Wasn't he in the UAP task force during this time period?
He was a liaison, so he was just like working part-time.
Right, so
doing what he could,
part-time,
right?
he might be asking questions. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, what do you do? What else are you doing? You're making a phone call. You're not like.
It's like one hand getting mad at him for what the other hand's having him do.
Well, he's not just like, okay, it's 7:00. I'm going to start my part-time job in an office and file stuff. Like, I'm sure he's like making calls, emailing part.
Well, sounds like he was, right? He was he seems like he was more on an activated hunt than maybe the equivalent liaison from another agency on the same task force. Seems like he took a lot of maybe on his own or whatever.
But I mean,
when did his alcohol-related incidents happen?
But wait, really, really quick. I just want to point out the fact that this is the point where he meets I don't know, maybe he met Eric Davis before, but this is where he sits down with them and he starts to learn, starts to meet. They're introducing him. How put off? Go meet this guy. Here's number 22 witness. Here's number 20. You know what I mean? He had a job that clearly led him to go under oath in 2023. You know what I mean? You got to give him credit for that.
I just Googled it. It said 2014 and 2018.
So, experience. He had problems before. I'm not throwing a dude under the bus for going through shit from being in the military, but he had problems before being a part of the task force, right?
No, of course. That's documented, right? He had these alcoholic episodes or whatever. And those two incidents I think we've known about. I think that's been on his jacket early on. But up until 2019, does it take 2 years for something like that to kick in, to revoke somebody's clearance?
Sometimes it can.
You know what's funny enough? We're not funny enough.
Investigation and look into it. And it's a culmination of events, to Chris's point. It's a culmination of events that can lead to that, right? One thing is a problem. 2 things is a problem once you start adding it up. But that's also probably why he felt like he was being ganged up on, right? Is because they were nitpicking his record to validate suspending his clearance.
Well, and they also go into, on the statement of reason, they broke it down to, we evaluate you as a whole person concept. and it brings up all the issues together, and that's why they felt like all of his issues are not. I forget the verbiage that they use, but it's basically not compatible or whatever with the interest of national security, right? And they based it on other cases, which is also in the report. They based this decision on other cases that had these similar issues, and that's why they felt that it was to proceed to revoke his clearance, because they also based off other cases and seen similar issues that they revoked clearances of in other cases.
So exactly what did he do wrong here that makes his testimony and the gathering of all the 40 plus witnesses, like obsolete?
I don't go into any of that in the report. The whole
I'm
article,
asking you what you think right now.
I'm not going to talk about. I don't know anything. I don't have any insight to it, so I don't want to comment on it, because all it's going to do is
right. But you just wrote this article, and so what about this article is so damning to him that his testimony and the 40 plus witnesses that he gathered? Like, what is your point?
The 40 witnesses have nothing to do with the article.
I know, but what is your point with the article?
The whole point of the article is that he was notified. So when he went public with his, whistleblower claims, he said that his clearances and everything was based off, the reprisals were based off his UAP related disclosures that he made to the DOD IG.
Right, and we just went through this, and the conclusion that I'm pulling from this is that he didn't know.
No, that's not what
the outcome. The outcome, and so as Desmo was pointing out,
the outcome.
Right.
Of the investigation.
So during this entire, but think about this.
The outcome of the investigation
didn't get known to him until 2025.
But how does it? Jesus fucking Christ! When you work in the intelligence community and you are notified of your security issues, you know what's happening to you, and you know why it's happening to you, so you can appeal that thing, which Grush did. The point of the article is simply that he knew of these things, and when he went public, he decided not to inform the public of those things. He hid those things. He knew that he had these security violations. He knew he had all these other things since 2014, and he hid it from the public because, in hindsight, all of those things, like Desmo mentioned, when you're in the intelligence community and you hold a top secret clearance, you have to report these things, and they constantly evaluate you throughout your life to keep your clearance going. And,
but okay, so you're not understanding my question.
He knows.
I know all of this. You've already explained this.
He knows what happened. I'm just telling you the point of the article. The point of the article was that he knew, and he didn't inform the public, and instead he just said, despite what was told to me, I'm just going to say that it's because of UAP whistleblower reprisals. And the only reason I brought up the disclosure, the only reason I brought up the conclusion of the investigation is because when he was notified in 2025, the conclusion of that investigation, which showed that there was no evidence of him being reprised against for his disclosures, he said, I non-concur with your decision, despite all the evidence, because remember, he sees the unredacted version.
Right, but what I'm trying to also, what I'm trying to say is, how does this diminish his testimony that this stuff is going on? It doesn't diminish it. It doesn't. Like,
Sarah, for the 10th time, I don't go into that in my article.
I know, I'm not talking about your article. I'm just talking about right now, you and I having this conversation right now. Like, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying that your article doesn't diminish any of his testimony or...
Here, I got you. So I think Chris would say that the article shows evidence of lying. Real quick. I just want to give a shot because you guys are going into...
Like, do you understand?
And then also I think Chris would say, like, what has Grush actually brought is the biggest ding against Grush, right? Like, 40 witnesses no one knows.
Like, that's the thing. Like, the article is just pointing out something that is like, it's not like the end of the world. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Well, no, but if Chris is right, it's a big lie to misrepresent this and in a way like that.
Yo, speaking of end of the world, it's about to be the end of the space in about 10 minutes. Just heads up for everybody. I love the discussion, but I do want to give everybody a heads up. 10 minutes. So if anybody wants to make any last minute points, then we're going to close it up. Thanks, Panda, for holding it down too. I liked reading the article. It was a good insight into it. You know, like, do I take it for the gospel for Grush? No, but I thought it was well researched, dude. So props to that. And you know, it was a good read.
You need to make. Do you have a Substack, Sarah? You need one of those too. I feel like.
I do. I have not.
To do it, and I get to take credit now forever. Every time you post me, like, I remember when I told her to make one.
No, and I respect Chris for, you know, keeping this. He wants to keep the scope of what he's talking about restricted, and that's, you know, what a real researcher does, right? You know,
even to Sarah's point, it would be an indication of lying, which is like a knock on someone's character of how you assess everything else they say. I think it's that's what Sarah's looking for in that moment.
I think Desmo made the most salient point though here is that, you know, Grush may not be, you know, he may have genuinely believed that these were trumped up reasons, and you know that's why he did not disclose it earlier. But you know, it's I read most of the article.
I can't say Grush was lying in Congress if he truly believed that the reason why he got those statement of records was because of his action in the UAP task force. And he specifically says that the adverse actions taken against him was because of his involvement. So he believed that, and he wasn't informed of it until 2025.
Right. Desmond was talking. Desmond said what I said. He just said it better. Like, I couldn't get to that level of detail. That was my point. That's kind of how I saw it.
So I can't flat out say the man was lying because he didn't know the results of investigation before he testified that proved that his assumptions were inaccurate.
No, so that's not accurate, because if you look at his ICIG complaint, it doesn't say anything about the UAP task force as the reason. He said his UAP related disclosure to the DODIG. That's not the UAPTF. He was interviewed for something separate. He was disclosing something else about UAP related material, which some of that is FOIA. It's in the article. There's a link to the Black Vault for that specific interview with some of those questions. But no, that's not what he claimed in his ICIG report. It specifically states his UAP related disclosure to the DODIG. It has nothing to do with the UAP task force.
How would he have gotten information about UAPs without being on the UAP task force?
He literally states in that FOIA that on Black Vault, those documents, he had stated he'd be studying UFOs for 15 years. Right? So, granted, some of that stuff probably came from UAPTF, but it doesn't say anything about the UAPTF in the ICIG report. It's his UAP related disclosures to the DODIG.
I would just like to add, we also we just have missing information because we don't even know what he was doing right before he got in there. Like, why did somebody say, you know what, David, get over here, you're going to be the liaison? You know, was it because Grush came across something when he was at the NGA? Was it because he was talking with some people and then started asking questions? You know what I mean? We don't know what he was maybe witnessing. Maybe, there's just pieces that and large chunks that we don't have the whole story for to make these types of decisions.
And that's why in my article, I stay away from speculating. I just went off I broke down the documents, what it stated on each page that was relevant, and laid it out. And that's when you read it and you understand the timeline. That's, I would assume, and the feedback's been mostly positive so far, is when you go through that timeline, you start to see that form. And I know Desmo says, Grush probably believes a thing, but just because you believe a thing doesn't mean that it makes what you're told and what you've been informed by the people in the community that you work for and that give you your clearance, and you maintain your clearance by reporting all these things. They tell you this is why A, B, and C. If you choose not to believe that, that doesn't make those facts any less factual. That's not how that works.
But lying involves intent, Chris. You're intending to deceive someone with a lie. If you believe what you're saying is true, and you're not trying to intend to deceive anybody, that doesn't mean, it means you're wrong. It means you're mistaken. You're making bad rational judgment, but it doesn't show intent of a lie there. And I think that's sort of that's the point, right?
But he also wasn't
I don't
honest.
necessarily believe that he came to Congress with the intent to lie to them about why his clearance was being revoked. He truly believed that they were nitpicking on him about those statement of reasons because of his UAP activities. That's what he, in essence, has said the whole time. It just has came out later in that final report and those FOIA documents that what he believed to be true was wrong.
Right, but he didn't come out with the full story, and that's the problem. This guy's supposed to be credible. He's supposed to be beyond reproach. But why did he leave out these details? Why? Because, and it's fair to say, and to assess the reason why, because he knew it would hurt his credibility. But
that's just one side, though.
But it would hurt his credibility.
What I mean? And that's your opinion.
No, I mean, but it would. If this came out, but
there are a few reasons, because you're speculating.
No.
You're speculating.
It's not speculation. If he would have come out and said, look, so I believe the reason why my clearances were restricted and revoked is because UAP reprisal, that UAP related disclosures I made and reprisals I received from that. But they also came back and told me, hey, these reasons are why my clearance was revoked as well. Then people were like, oh, well, was it because he actually, had security violations, behavioral issues? Or is it because he's being reprised against for blowing the whistle about UFOs? And then it hurts his credibility more so than obviously it would help. So when you leave that portion out, then all of a sudden people are like, oh, he's reprised against for disclosing UFO information. He must be legit, and it's instant credibility. But you're not telling the whole story, and the whole story could have been told, and it wasn't. And he had the information, but didn't put it out there. And that's the point of the article. He deceived the public by not being completely truthful, and instead he gave half-truths.
He should have given the statement of reasons out, as well as his interpretation of why he received those. And by him not giving the statement of reasons out, he was being deceitful, is what you're saying.
By him not informing the public of the whole truth,
which are the statement of reasons of directly affecting his
right. He didn't have to list the actual statement of reasons, but say it was found supposedly by, the DODIG or whatever, that, hey, I was given these reasons why this, and this, why my security clearances were revoked. But I believe that it's because I was reprised against as a whistleblower.
So that's getting down into some nuance, man. I understand why it rubs you the wrong way, but most people don't really care about the things that they were accusing him of. They care more about the fact that he was being accused, and he didn't necessarily agree with the reasons why he was being accused. Right? You, for your background and your experience and how you understand this, and myself as well, right? Like, we get that there's more information out there, but the general public doesn't know shit about how this stuff works, man, in most cases. They really don't. And so I get where you feel that he could have been more, could have had more candor and been more descriptive of why he felt the way he felt and what he was actually being accused of. But I don't know how much more that would have helped or hurt his. I don't necessarily think that the overarching public that are involved in listening to what he has to say would give two damns of the reasons why they were saying that his clearance was being pulled, more so that they were doing it because he believed it was happening with his UAP involvements. You know what I'm saying, Chris? Like, I understand what you're saying.
I get where you're coming from, but the whole point is there's belief and there's documented evidence. And the documented evidence points to what I stated. Belief is where everybody else are like, well, maybe it is because he felt this way and blah, blah, blah. I don't care. So me personally, I don't care about any of that. I want to see the evidence. And right now the evidence are documents. And the documents and come on, Desmo, you know this. People can say the government's behind some kind of conspiracy, but we're talking about hundreds and thousands of people doing their jobs. Are all of these people in it against David Grush? No. That's not how it works. It's impossible to hold a conspiracy like that.
He believed that this was happening to him because of this, Chris. That's the point, right?
He believes it. He believes it, but he also was informed that it wasn't that. He chooses not to believe it.
He wasn't informed of that until 2025. You're right. He said he disagreed with it. He was informed of the reasons why they were pulling his clearance. Yes, true, right? But the reasons why they were doing that, he believed the reasons why they did that to him was because of his UFO shit, his UAP shit. That's true, right? And he wasn't told any differently until they finished their investigation and basically said, bro, you're out there, you're being paranoid, you're conspiracy minded, whatever, right? All of those things. They came back and said, nah, bro, you're wrong. This isn't why they were doing that. They were doing it because of all the reasons that they had already told you, right? And he didn't agree with it then. But that doesn't change the fact that in his brain, he wasn't intending on being deceptive. He truly believed the things that were happening to him because of the work that he was doing.
And another reason was, like, so he's notified February 2025 of the investigation, the conclusion. Why was there not an update about that? But there was. Who was the guy that used to run Tim McMillan? He was on that podcast and he said there was a conclusion to the reprisal complaint. And he said that it was going to be coming out soon, and it never did. And I had waited on that. I have the clip on my phone where he says that. And I have posted on here before. And it was last year, the beginning of last year. And it never came out. Again, it's easy, if we're going to make assumptions here, it's easy for me on my side to also say, why are we not being honest? It seems like things are being hidden from the public to keep Grush as credible as possible. But the more that comes out on my end, and given what I do, points towards a guy that had issues and potentially, let's go your route. Let's say he was poking his nose where he wasn't supposed to be, which I do think there was probably some of it. And if anybody knows anything about classified programs, if you go asking for things and go be asking for accesses, that's not how that works. And you will get shunned away very quickly. And there will be eyebrows that will go up, and you will find yourself under investigation, and they will start digging. So maybe that's what happened. And, maybe people will sit back and say, well, there you go. That's the conspiracy. He was looking.
Is that how it happens?
It's like, hey, there's a conspiracy right there. But you can't.
But is that how it happens, Chris? Like you just explained everything. Like what happens? Is that how it happens? Like in.
No, you don't go looking for. Say if you find out that there's some kind of sap.
Right. No, you just explained it. So what I'm trying to say is that like, is that actually what happens? Because if that's what happens, then that is also a plausible theory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're made aware.
There are multiple theories because we don't have all the information.
Right. That's why in the article, if you take the time to read it, I stay away from speculation as much as possible. I just go over that portion. And that's where the conclusion goes. And I even ran the document through, and I know you guys, whatever about AI. I even ran the document just because I wanted to see, okay, am I getting the right assessment here? So I ran the document through ChatGPT and I said, break the summary down of this document, and does it conflict with any public statements that Grush has made about his reprisals? And it comes back that there is a conflict. That what Grush is saying does not go with what is being said or was found out by the DoD IG, which Desmo talked about. So that's where we could say it's my opinion. That's fine. All right. And I don't come on here and I don't brag about anything, but I'm not wrong often. And I'm telling you, these signs point towards a deception, a possibility of a deception where he was not honest about things when he came out. And was that to help boost his credibility? That makes the most sense to me, to help boost his credibility, which I get it. You don't want the negative stuff coming out about the guy that can ruin credibility. And all of a sudden they're like, oh shit, maybe this guy, he wasn't experiencing the thing he was claiming he was experiencing. I get it, whatever. But for me, the truth is what matters. And for me, the signs after this document, it shows that Grush knew, and there's more to these stories, and Grush has not been honest. And it's not the first time. This is the second time he's been caught not being honest.
My thing is that you're trying to portray this man to be a liar, and his motivations were nefarious in lying to deceive the public. And that's something I don't agree with and I can't get down with. I don't see it that way. And yes, it is opinion, Chris, because it's not fact if you don't have the lines that are redacted in those documents. You don't have the full picture. You know what I'm saying? So to me, what Grush did is what he did. And to be honest with you, I don't really give a fuck if he lied or not. What's important to me is the information that he brought forth. Does that information that he did during his investigation have legs? And apparently it does. So
why doesn't it?
Why? Do you think he made all that shit up? 40 people? Okay, put it to task then. That's what I'm waiting for.
I never said he made it up. He took testimony from 40 people. I never said he made it up. My issue is he's not been.
You're saying that he's lying though.
About his clearance issues.
Yes, but if you're saying that he's lying about that, okay, well then what's your point? Your point is obviously that he's lying about everything.
It's the point.
I gotta close it up, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm gonna close it up. I appreciate everybody in the discussion. You broke the mute. How'd you break the mute?
All right, man, go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm about to close it up. I appreciate it though. Thanks everybody. Peace, guys.